Yo, 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 yo. What's up, what's up, what's up? Give up the rack and hello to my fellow revolutionaries. You know who you are, and welcome to the famed Friday stream. It is the ultimate stream of the week and the ultimate day of the working week. So if that is you coming to us from the end of your working week, let me just say to you, you have finally made it. This should be the last day that Capital has its clutches on you. You've done your service to the economy. You've produced some form of value for someone, and I hope you have been reasonably compensated for that up until this point. We got people doing the roll call already. Cheese Swiss, right wing pipeline, SCL group, the upper roots. What's the SCL group? Fill me in, please. Voltateur, Ooga Booga. Nice little introduction there. Ninja Nurse. Hey, started us off with the streams these days. You're here for the whole shebang. It's good to have you. So yeah, today we're going to be doing some interesting things. One interesting thing in particular, I'm going to keep it kind of rounded and focused today. We're not going to be jumping all over the place like we usually are. We're trying to cover multiple topics over the 3 hours that we discuss whatever's going on in the world today. But specifically, we are going to be going down the right-wing pipeline. So this is not like the right-wing pipeline that we did last time, which was not really a right-wing pipeline, to be honest. Jags in the house. The afters were great yesterday. Yeah, they were really interesting. And I got to thank people in the Discord for that. We're in the pipe. There's a section in Discord, if you're wondering, that is aptly named Talk It Up. And there are hot takes and ask or answer sections in there. And I was stealing stuff from there, and that sparked a nice conversation. So the afters were great. So thanks for people that can and are able to stick around for the afters. It was a vibrant discussion, to say the least. And it's good to get all philosophical and theoretical sometimes, and like get away from the drama that is actually unfolding on a daily basis that we're always tuning into, and speak about potentially some palate cleansing hope, as Ninja Nurse, I think, put it the other day, which is a nice way of saying things. What is the SCL group? Every Five Eyes Nation should know. Ooh, even more. The suspense is killing me. I am a member, I think, as a citizen of Australia. I'm part of a Five Eyes Nation. I guess I should know, shouldn't I? I love the theory stuff. Yeah. And I'm not sure if up late with the afters is too late sometimes, but yeah, stuck around for your theory yesterday. And it got a little bit rowdy actually yesterday in the stream. Like I was saying before, Ron curated our last Far Right Fridays, because I believe that Ron was actually more right-wing inclined. It seemed the playlist that we got from Ron last time was like gateway drug stuff for potentially a very particular demographic of the right wing, a Protestant Anglo section of the right wing. So your typical WASPs, those types of persons, they have these Protestant conspiracy theories, or just theories, let's just call them theories, on how the world works. And it's very anti-Catholic kind of stuff. It's very anti-communist kind of stuff, anti-Muslim kind of stuff. And so we went down, I guess you would say, a Protestant pipeline last time, not a right-wing pipeline, which I thought we were going down. So today we're actually going to go down a right-wing pipeline, and it's been aptly curated and aptly named by none other than our very own Jerry Boppins. Some of you know him on Discord as chairman of the court. So he's painstakingly and meticulously sacrificed his algorithm and gone through and picked 76 pieces of what he describes as doom scroll right-wing pipeline content. So it's the type of stuff that, it's not longer form stuff we're talking about here. It's a couple of minutes long max, and we just scroll through it and watch like someone was having a doom scroll session on TikTok, getting fed through the right-wing pipeline. So he's curated that for us. So big thank yous to Jerry Poppins. We're going to be going through that today, so it should be interesting to see how this goes. Like I said, he made the ultimate sacrifice and he gets bombed in his algorithm now. So lucky I'm on PTO so I can stay up late. There it is. There it is. You were not happy with old Ron yesterday. Yeah, that's why I said it was a bit rowdy yesterday. And then speaking of Ron and the kind of Protestant conspiracy theory line and all that sort of stuff. Jerry better show up today. I need his commentary. Look, I don't know. I've tried to reach out to Jerry today already just to give him the heads up that we're going to be going through the right-wing pipeline curated by him. He's truly. But he may be in service of capital today and he can't get out of that. So I'm clutching my copy of manufacturing consent for today's stream. There it is. Yes, Noam Chomsky, keep me safe as we walk through the valley of the shadow of death. Voltaire SCL Group was the private British behavioral research and strategic communications company that came to prominence through the Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal involving its subsidiary Cambridge Analytica and Crow Business Solutions Meta. It was founded in 1990 by Nigel Oakes, who served as its CEO. Oh, really? It's connected. So the Reich Wing Pipeline, the SCL Group, and that's how it's all related through Cambridge Analytica. I get it. Okay, very interesting coded comment there, Swiss cheese. Thank you very much for opening our eyes. So before we go any further, as is traditional on a Friday, I would like to just take pause and do some housekeeping. Let us pay our respects to workers, past, present, and emerging. It is on your backs that the entirety of the modern world has been built. It is because of your endeavors, working people, that all of the value that you see around you right now, look around you right now, unless you're on a desert island, you've washed up on a desert island and you're butt naked right now, which would be surprising because I don't know how you're coming to watch this stream. But like this, unless you are in that position, everything around you has come from the backs of working people and their unions, yes. But I would say even like the people, the unfortunate persons out there that don't even have the ability to organize, maybe because they've been persecuted, they can't organize. And some individual brilliance, don't get me wrong, from hard working people out there, it produces all of the value that you have around you. So take stock and remember that it is on your shoulders that the modern world exists. Unfortunately, it's through a system of exploitation, but we will work to change that. But first, we need to understand the working class better and work hard to unify the working class. We don't have to agree on everything, but we have to acknowledge our shared interests. And that's why we're going down the right-wing pipeline today. So, on the eve of the weekend, I hope you, if you're listening to this, do get the weekend off. It is the most important part of the working week, of the week's calendar for the working person. It is a time where capital is not supposed to touch you. So if you are working, I hope you get compensated for such, and you get some type of, penalty rates or what have you, some overtime, something as compensation for giving up the freedom that you get those 2 out of 7 days. That is your free time. And I think if, we, in the spirit of the afters yesterday, if you want to speculate on what a socialist world might look like, a communistic world might look like, or a post-capitalist world that is, favorable to working people, as opposed to, I don't know, devolving into some type of fascism, it'll be one where you have more weekends. Like a weekend, it will be 5 days instead of 2. And we'll have more free time to do what it is that humans do. If you're coming to us from TikTok today, and if you want to know what we're doing, We will be watching videos. So if you really want to keep up with what we're talking about, you're going to have to, my link is in my bio. Go there, click that. You can follow us on YouTube. There are other platforms that we're on. We're on Rumble today. I think I've actually figured out Rumble. Rumble didn't work yesterday. It's because I hadn't set it up properly. But I think, if somebody wants to go extreme today and like enjoy the right-wing pipeline from a arguably a right-wing streaming service, then go and watch this from Rumble. You might be making history going through the right-wing pipeline on Rumble with this motley crew of people that care about the working class. 4AS is in the house. What's up? Give up your right-wing pipeline. Indoctrination's in the house too. I'll be disappointed if Ron doesn't come back to the stream after yesterday. We need to be able to have some pets here. Look, I will say, I asked him numerous times just to think before shooting off in the comment section anymore. So I hope he has had some time to think. Think about what he's doing here. Like, what does he want to contribute? What can he contribute, to be honest? As opposed to just like, I don't know, stirring the pot. The Facebook Cambridge Analytica data scandal, which broke in March 2018, involved a political consultancy firm improperly harvesting the personal data of up to 87 million Facebook users. The data was used to create psychological profiles of voters, which allegedly helped influence the 2016 US presidential election and UK's Brexit. See, that's the underside of it, eh? You hear always about the 2016 presidential election, and like how it kind of brought the phenomenon, which is Trumpism, to power. Even Trump didn't realize what was going on until afterwards. It's like, hey, goddamn, I'm the president. But the UK Brexit thing, that's a big one, isn't it? That's a really big one. On Rumble, on Far Right Fridays, you bet it, I am. There we are. We're living the dream, literally. Labor Day holiday on Monday in SA as well. Ooh, yes. Yes, there is a public holiday on Monday. Fuck yeah, public holiday Monday. Let's put this shit up. Ron might bring some friends next time. Well, as long as that is his contribution, then like let's see him add value. Let's see how that goes. Eh? Always happy to see where these things can go. Let me call my cousins, bro. Westie accent. Yallah, let's do it. All right, no more wasting time. Let's get to the right-wing pipeline, shall we? And so we're going to start it off with this one. I think I can answer her question. No need to shave her head. Okay, I am really interested to see where this one is going. I haven't screen tested any of these. One, because I trust Jerry Poppins. And two, like I'd normally just to have a look, see what's going on there, but I haven't. So you can raw, unfiltered reaction stuff going on here, and I expect to see you guys in the comments, if you're able, to do the same. Give us your commentary and your reactions as best you can. Larp Jeff's in the house, brother. How you going? Volta, it did kind of sounded like a vague threat from Ron he made yesterday. Ron's friends are always with him. God and Jesus are always by his side, and ours, each and every one of you out there. Jesus is always with you. Remember that. Far Right Fridays. I like the sound of that. I think that was something that Jerry and Jag came up with, actually. Far Right Fridays. So we're going to keep that tradition going as much as we can and what is feasible. Wow, what beach you at? I don't know. That's a really good question, actually. Potentially some beach in the Pacific. Let's pick a Pacific island. Whatever you prefer, we'll go with that. If you are watching on TikTok. All right, let's do this. Let's hear what this guy has to say. His name is Nick Freitas. I wonder if you guys know any of these people. Tell us what you think of them as well. I don't know any of these figures, or this guy anyway. Let's have a look.
She has a proposition.
The Supreme Court is upholding Trump's ban on transgender people in the military. And I have a question. Actually, I have a proposition, okay? If one person can come in the comments and tell me what is so scary about transgender people, I'll shave my head.
Well, I think I might be able to help with this. First of all, don't appreciate you assuming my motivation in the phrasing of your question. You're insisting that I explain why I am, quote, afraid of trans people. Turns out I'm not. I just think it's reasonable for the military to take into consideration whether or not a potential recruit has a deep psychological break with physical reality, has thus made that break with reality a core component of their identity, and is now insisting that everyone affirm their delusion, which will most likely lead to a course of action where they insist on certain accommodations ranging from medication to very expensive surgeries to cut off genitalia in the hopeless pursuit of a biological reality that they can't achieve, and all taxpayer expense. So I hope that clears it up. No need to shave your head, because quite frankly,
Wait, is that true? Well, actually, I'll let him finish. Sorry.
I've never understood the progressive obsession with cutting things off to prove a point.
What does it say?
Here's the logic that goes into that's not real communism. Okay, imagine we're going to bake a cake. I got this. Here's the logic that goes into.
She has a proposition.
What does it say on his mug?
Good point.
I agree with you, but then I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. That's so good. That's fucking awesome. I think we should get mugs like that. We'll start selling them on the channel. We'll start funding the cause. Victim straight off the bat. There it is. Victim straight off the bat. That's actually pretty funny. If we're going to keep doing Far Right Fridays, can we counter it with Militant Mondays, where we can center around union movements? Not a bad idea. And like I'm giving them out, like they're going out of fashion here. But if somebody wants to curate a list, I'm looking at you and Dr. Nathan. If you want to curate a list of ways that we can celebrate militant movements and like union movements specifically, more than happy for you to run that one up the flagpole. I'll salute it for you. Everyone is wrong about something. Well, not this guy. Again, let's just appreciate the mug for a second. I'd agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong. That's fucking hilarious. Now, is it true? Now, I want to know from anyone, maybe an American can tell me this one, because I don't understand enough about your healthcare system. Does the taxpayer pay for someone to have some type of transitional surgery? Is that true? Is that actually a thing? Is it all at the expense of the taxpayer? Let's just say, for argument's sake, that it wasn't. Like, it is something that's covered, I don't know, by private health insurance or something like that. Does that make it okay then, if like the taxpayer's not funding it? Like, I'm not paying for it, just let them do whatever they want. Would that make it acceptable? Would that be okay? I guess that would be okay. Because like then no one would have to front the bill for it and people can do whatever they want. What happened to the idea in, I guess, American society specifically, but like liberal societies anyway, that like, you know, you don't encroach on other people's freedoms. Like if they're not affecting you, then like let them do whatever they want. If they have some type of psychological condition, as he's saying, and they want to cut their nuts off, then like, you know, let them do it. Like that's on them. And if it doesn't cost the taxpayer any money, what is the concern here? What is he truly worried about? I would question whether or not the taxpayer actually pays for that. Let's ask the research assistant on that one, shall we? We're not going to get very far through this pipeline if I have to fact check everyone that fucking talks. But like, I will try and use it sparingly, I promise. We should just look at this more for the entertainment value, I guess. Just listening to an influencer online say that they do not support a gender transitional surgery. Because it comes at the expense of the taxpayer in the US. Is this true? That it is a taxpayer cost? Now, this would be equally incredible because I thought America doesn't actually have some type of public, like a solid public healthcare system. So it would be amazing if like people couldn't get usual and just typical health services, but you could get all of that paid for. Transitional surgery, you could get that paid for by the taxpayer through a social safety net. That would be amazing, wouldn't it? No. We don't have socialized healthcare, but we do offer it to people that are transitioning. Victim of straight off the bat, white man gives excuses again. His tone makes his face punchable. So condescending. Everyone is wrong about something. You just know his headless torso on Grindr. I think he's saying that if they were part of the military, then it would. Oh, okay. If my tax money goes towards gender affirming care, guys can take TRT if they like. I don't know the acronyms there. Please help me out there. Ooh, here we go. Voltato's got the facts here. From 2016 to 2021, the U.S. Department of Defense spent approximately $15 million on gender transition procedures for service members. However, the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act prohibited TRICARE from covering the gender affirming care for transgender children of military personnel, and the Pentagon has ended coverage for military personnel following a Trump executive order. Interesting. Okay. Wings of Cheese in the house. How you going? The military was paying for stuff. Oh, look, you guys are across this. Okay, you know what's going on here. Wings of Cheese in the house. We're going down the right wing pipeline. You have just stumbled into a very amazing part of the stream. Thanks for coming. I hope you enjoy. But like, fair enough. I guess he has a right to his opinions. Don't anyone stomp on his outlook. And as someone I'm assuming who would like to promote the idea of a free society, it is potentially contradictory that he would be stomping on somebody else's right to think whatever they want to think. He seems to be mostly taking offense, or oppositional anyway, to the idea that someone who thinks or has the idea that they are one thing that he believes they are not, and that's a problem. But like, you know, so much for a free society, hey? You can think whatever you want. Someone tell me what TRT, legalize TRT. Give me the acronym, please, someone. Oh, testosterone replacement therapy. Thank you, Dilemmas. Aglica's in the house. I don't see the problem with that. Fight a war, get to pick your gender. Dodging bullets is hard work. There you go. If guys need to feel more manly by taking more tests through testosterone replacement therapy, I know what that is now. Trans people can get hormones to affirm their own gender too. Guys need to feel more manly by taking more tests. That's interesting. Less weight to carry around the battlefield. You covered the Eureka Stockade on all the Castle Hill Rebellion for Eureka Stockade, yes. Castle Hill, no. Military indoctrination. This is what the Israeli citizens have brought into Psy Group and the like. There was a rebellion in Castle Hill. Yeah, I'd like to know more. It's not just trans that use TRT. Okay. Well, everyone's got fucking opinions on this one. This is interesting. All right, on to the next one. Thank you very much, Jerry Poppins. Best mug ever.
Here's the logic that goes into that's not real communism. Okay, imagine we're going to bake a cake. I got this recipe. According to the recipe, it's going to cure everything. People are just going to be perfect people. Everybody's going to be happy. Surely, whoever came up with this recipe must be the best baker of all time. Well, that's where you're wrong. Homie never baked a cake ever, okay? His name was Carl. He wrote this book. We'll call it the Cake Baker's Manifesto. We're going to go to Eli's house. We're going to bake this cake. I'm going to pull out the cake pan. I'm going to take a shit in it because that's what the recipe says to do. We're going to stick it in the oven at 450. We're going to pull it out. We're going to eat it. Guess what? It's going to taste like shit. And you know what? It's Eli's fault because Eli's oven up my cake. So we're going to burn Eli's house to the ground. We're going to go to Cody's house. We're going to bake the cake at Cody's house exactly how I just tried it at Eli's house. It tastes like shit. Naturally, it's Cody's oven's fault. So we're going to burn Cody's house down. Okay. Then we're going to go to Brandon's house. Brandon's going to be like, Nick, maybe, just maybe.
What happened
It's
to Cody?
the recipe and not everybody's oven. At which point I'm going to inform Brandon that you're uneducated and that you should read a book and go to college, because if you did, you would know that this recipe was going to work perfectly, even though it never fucking has ever in the history of mankind.
The left took
like, it's going too fast. I need to appreciate that one. Did everyone catch that one? Did everyone catch that one? I'm back. What did I miss? The Cake Baker's Manifesto. There it is. I'm glad you're here for this one, Wings of Cheese. That one was fucking hilarious. I'll let you listen to it again before I give you my incredible 2 cents on that one. We should invite this motherfucker to the afters for some theoretical discussion.
That goes into that's not real communism. Okay, imagine we're going to bake a...
That's not real communism. So good. I'm so guilty of this one. Me and this guy would have some words to exchange for sure.
No, that's not real communism. Okay, imagine we're
I'm gonna get that tattooed to me somewhere. All right, that's not real communism.
going to bake a cake. I got this recipe. According to the recipe, is going to cure everything. People are just going to be perfect people. Everybody's going to be happy. Surely, whoever came up with this recipe must be the best baker of all time. Well, that's
So this guy had a really good argument up until this point. It was actually a pretty good argument that like it's a recipe almost, and if you just follow it, you get the same shitty results. But then he started talking about Carl, and he made it about Carl. This is where he goes wrong.
That's where you're wrong. Homie never baked a cake ever, okay? His name was Carl. He wrote this book. We'll call it the Cake Baker's Manifesto. We're going to go to Eli's house. We're going to bake this cake. I'm going to pull out the cake pan. I'm going to take a shit in it because that's what the recipe says to do. We're going to stick it in the oven at 450. We're going to pull it out. We're going to eat it. Guess what? It's going to taste like shit. And you know what? It's Eli's fault because Eli's oven up my cake. So we're going to burn Eli's house to the ground. We're going to go to Cody's house. We're going to bake the cake at Cody's house exactly how I just tried it at Eli's house. It tastes like shit. Naturally, it's Cody's oven's fault. So we're going to burn Cody's house down. Then we're going to go to Brandon's house. Brandon's going to be like, Nick, maybe, just maybe.
What happened
It's
to
the
Cody?
recipe and not everybody's oven. At which point I'm going to inform Brandon that you're uneducated and that you should read a book and go to college, because if you did, you would know that this recipe was going to work perfectly, even though it never fucking has ever in the history of man.
That was fucking hilarious, though. That was hilarious. Oh, maybe you should just go to college and read a book or something. That was pretty funny. Look, it was an all right analogy until he said the thing about Karl. When did Karl Marx write a recipe for communism? Like, the Communist Manifesto is a call to action. It is supposed to be a emotive piece of propaganda that spurs people to want to fight for working class interest against the bourgeoisie. It gives a nice history of how we got to capitalism, how capitalism really works, and how it's a system of exploitation, and that like the solution is a workers' revolution. But like, where's the recipe? Where's the recipe? I don't think this guy's actually ever read it. It's actually it's a funny analogy. It's stupid in the sense that like it would make sense if you just chucked the shit in a baking pan and put it in the oven. Like, that's fine. That's funny enough. But then like burning the house down, I guess that means that like when you cook the communist economy, it's not enough for it just to be a shit cake. You actually, communism, or that piece of shit cake, inspires the person who baked the cake to burn the house down. I guess that's what they're going. They should have just said the cake is so shit that the oven can't handle it and burns the house down. That would be a really good analogy. But he's like, oh no, we've screwed up the cake, so let's burn the house down and let's be done with it. So like, so many potential good points with that analogy. Like, could have been so much funnier. But like, he just doesn't have any understanding of what he's talking about, apart from the fact that I'm assuming he's been indoctrinated to think that Karl Marx wrote a recipe for communism. Like, that's pretty fucking short-sighted. Hilarious stuff to watch, though, honestly. Where's the recipe for fascism? Well, you know, you could probably argue that there is more of a recipe for fascism. Way more than anything that Marx would have provided in terms of a recipe for communism, whatever the fuck that is. LOL, don't bother reading Gentile. When does he start talking about baking cookies and how many were baked? Yeah, I know, right? This guy looks like he likes to bake some cookies too. Hey, the analogy falls apart when he brought Karl Marx in. Like, it doesn't work like that. It's an umbrella statement to say Karl Marx's teachings as a whole was a recipe. But like, it's not though. Like, you have to really struggle when you look through Karl Marx's work. Like, honestly, I have tried dilemmas. It's so hard to find where he says things like, this is what the communist utopia will look like, or this is what socialism is going to look like. I read through an almost 900-page document called the Grundrisse, which is like the foundation of all of his later seminal works. And like, every now and again, you get these like glimpses where it's like, well, socialist society might have a little bit more free time, which is why you might hear me speak about free time. He's like, you know, it might actually give you more free time and all this sort of stuff. But like, it's nothing. There's no blueprint. That is complete indoctrinated response there. He has been told that's what Karl Marx's work amounts to, a recipe for communism. It really doesn't. It really doesn't. And like people have struggled their entire academic careers trying to find and piece together what Marx would have wanted from some type of socialist society. Like honestly, this is fucking hilarious, but it's pretty weak. It's pretty weak. Oh, sorry, gentile, not gentile, as in the so-called philosopher of fascism. All right, okay. Should focus on the aspects of communism that relate to the theories together, not the aspects of these communist ideologies that we all agree don't have workers' best interests in mind. Yes. I'm just waiting for the motion picture adaptation. How you going, Squeeb? Welcome to today's stream. Brandon, the guy on the left made a firearm, like designed an AK-50. He's a merchant of death and props up the NRA. He's a gun shield who says guns don't cause violence, people do. Guns don't kill people. So good. The peeps want a recipe. Yeah, I want a fucking recipe. I wish it worked like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't. Yeah, work meeting shift back to another 30 minutes to deep dive. Let's do this, man. I love that I've made you pause every time you say... every fucking time. I can't say indoctrination anymore without saying your name in my head. And I'm like, no, wait, that's not how I pronounce it. Yeah, to get it right, I can't say it anymore. I literally can't say it anymore. It's fucked. It's really fucked. Oh my God. Get out of my head.
The left took fascism from the left-wing column and moved it into the right-wing column. The original fascism was a phenomenon of the political left. It was explicitly socialist, hence the name Nazi. And this wasn't just Hitler using the term. The Nazis have a platform. It's state control of the banks, education, industry, the media. It's the left-wing agenda. So the Nazis, the fascists, they saw themselves as on the left. Everybody recognized that this was a phenomenon of the left. However, after World War II, people saw the starving, emaciated figures coming out of the concentration camps. The progressive intellectuals who dominated American academia realized that their own views were suspiciously close to those of Mussolini and not all that far from those of Hitler. They realized we have to redefine fascism and Nazism to remove our association with it. Now you have the utterly bizarre phenomenon where somebody can go up to Benjamin Netanyahu and call him a Nazi.
Why is that bizarre?
The left
He's
took
a fucking Nazi. Look, we just spoke about this. 4IS. I hope you're still here. We just did a podcast. It's coming out on Sunday where we spoke about horseshoe theory, which is what this guy is speaking about. Like we literally just did a podcast on this, and it is generally lazy political theory, because what he's saying is kind of true. Okay. Yes. Okay, they're called the National Socialists. Very good. Now, what people fail to understand, or actually, no, they deliberately omit, is the actual history of Germany at this point. And they almost had a workers/communist revolution in Germany. They had to suppress that shit for various reasons we won't get into now. But let's just say socialism, at least, social democracy, workers' control was a very popular theme. And Hitler was no fool. And Mussolini, yes, okay, he was a socialist. But he also got kicked out of his club because they didn't fucking like him and thought he was a douchebag. But these gentlemen, let's call them, they were socialists, but they also knew that branding mattered in their time periods. And so they said, look, people love these ideas of workers taking control over the effeminate and ostentatious bourgeoisie, those liberal types that sit in the halls of power and governance and run the economy. They're really ruining things, and the workers want to take control for themselves. And so they did appeal to workers' ideology and take the best parts of it to use for their kind of their right-wing agendas. And they were right-wing. Let's not mince words here. He's just saying they were, like, Nazis were actually left-wing. And then academics rewrote the narrative after World War II because they didn't want to be associated with Nazis anymore. That's a bit of a stretch, brother. That's a little bit of a stretch, my friend. Okay, I see what you're doing there. And you, of course, there are similarities. Of course. When people say that the Nazis were collectivists and communists are collectivists, okay, they're right. And what's your fucking point? But like horseshoe theory is just lazy shit. And it only works really in the context of the 20th century, early 20th century totalitarian societies. If you want to compare Stalinist Russia to Hitler's Germany, then fine, you can do your horseshoe. But like outside of that, it really falls to pieces. So like, this is snake oil. This guy is trying to sell people something in like a trickster fashion. Watch out for this stuff, honestly. Mussolini was kicked out of the Socialist Party for being pro-expansion. Yeah, they didn't like that guy. Hitler just grabbed different ideas for power's sake. Yeah, he was master at branding. These guys understood how to get people mobilized. It's why they were brilliant, because of how they mobilized people, not because of what they did with it, but how they got people behind the movement. We don't do historical context here, E. Don't let BB hear this. Oh, yeah, I know, right? He doesn't like history told unless it's his version of the narrative. But, like, why can't you call BB a Nazi, right? Like, can't you just take the recipe for Nazism and just, like, apply it to what BB's doing? Like, genocide, like as one of them. The oil of a snake, you say? Very interesting. Where could I buy some of this? So good. Horseshoe theory works when you rot your brain. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Guten Tag, mein Führer. Yeah, very good. All right. But I'm not a history expert. Happy to be corrected. I just learned some of these ages ago. Wait, what did you say? The Nazis shafted the socialist branch of the Nazi Party once they got into power. The Nazis were serving a class of nobles that they created. There was definitely some infighting and some purging that went on inside the Nazi Party when Hitler took over. I think the original SS, right? He got rid of those guys. They were the original ones that were fighting against the communists, but he had to take the power off them because they were too powerful, I believe. All right, on to the next one.
My neighborhood really was just poor black and poor white. And so I hear a lot about white privilege, and I'm like, fuck, man. Missed that. I mean, I knew some motherfuckers with sweaters, okay? Don't get me wrong, you know? But I was 2 tank tops in the winter. And my black friends would get mad at me, man. Like, man, look what you did to us, man. Look what you did to us. Like, bro, do you think I would do all that shit and move right next door, bro? Now, we gonna split these plums or not, man? Like, we're down here together, dude. You think I took all your shit and just don't have it? Somebody else has both of our shit. And they're watching us fight over it.
What do you think about that, actually?
Interesting. That was working class
My neighborhood
analysis.
really was just poor black and poor white.
I bet you there's some opinionated people in the stream. Theo apparently bombed the taping of his special. Oh, really? Hey, does anyone have some strong opinions on this one? Anyone? Hey, what is it? Critical race theory, all that structural stuff. I like. If he's talking economically, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. There are poor people of every color, eh? And they're all fucked over by the same structural element, which is capitalism, I would say. And so, like, you know, I see your point there, Von. And where are you going with it, good sir? Where are you going with it? What does it actually say? They want you to focus on racism instead of classism. That's an interesting one. Is this really from the right-wing pipeline? Is this what right-wing doom scroll slop looks like? Because that's not bad class analysis, I gotta say. Hey, let's focus on what they've taken from all of us as opposed to our differences. I don't mind that one. Other than I don't think Theo is funny and a Rogan shill, I don't have any opinions. Yeah, fair enough. Theo is one of the worst Roganites, in my opinion. Yeah, the Von Playpoor. Yeah, I guess he's not that way inclined now. But hey, he's come from humble beginnings. He pretends to be from the lower classes. Ah, okay. I don't know anything about his background, so if he's just like vibing on that to get views, then fair enough. He's just, man is heir to a duke in Poland, pretending to be poor? No way. Going to the Lost and Found to find an outfit for the next day of school. There you go. So he is, it's up for debate whether this guy is actually poor or not, I wonder. This is another guy I'm watching for the Grindr leak chats. Yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. All right. Shall we? Now on to the next one. I gotta agree though with that working class analysis. Eh? What was the thing that he said at the end?
Don't have it. Somebody else has both of our shit.
Somebody else has both of our shit. It is good assessment of the situation currently. Okay. Again, discounting the history behind things. If you look at the material circumstances right now, yeah, somebody's got all of our shit. And they're using it against us as well. All right, next.
What do you think about that actually when like a country through a very diplomatic process will vote in a socialist or like a communist? Like obviously the United States intervenes the hell out of those situations all throughout the Cold War, but like, you know, I know you
and that's fine, right? That's fine when the US just goes around imposing its will on other people's sovereignty, right? That's normal. That's normal.
You hate communism, and I get that. Like, what do you think if it comes through like a democratic process?
I mean, you kind of have to. Ultimately, yes, you should. But the difference is, and one thing that America's gotten right so far, kind of at least, is we have a lot of safeguards in place. You have a ridiculous amount of firepower with the citizens, and you have a constitution that has these rights. Like everything's up to be voted for in a democratic or a constitutional republic that has democratic functions, except for what's in that constitution. There's a very large, complex way to amend it. It doesn't happen very often, and that's for a good reason, because those are like the human rights that we uphold and we hold dear. So in theory, you could elect, a communist or a fascist, and they shouldn't be able to get a whole lot done by means of, eroding human rights to the degree that you've seen in other places. And it's because the American citizens are so armed. And that's why every single dictator of any variety, every authoritarian, the first thing they do is they want to take away all the guns, because they know that's what's going to stop them eventually. So
interesting.
Decided to make her account public. I am going.
What do you think about that?
All right, so there's two things there that I actually want to just clarify for the record, because I think it's actually quite important. But no, I don't think the founding fathers actually didn't mean for the Constitution to be an untouchable document. They actually expected people to go through on a generational basis and update the Constitution all of the time, because the Constitution is a living document. It actually is the way that you set the principles and the standards for your society at any point in history where you think it is important. It is important that these rules shape or the foundation, the bedrock of all rules in society to stem from. So it's like the core values, if you want to use like corporate language. And so the Constitution is that. And it's actually it would have been quite absurd, I think, to the founding fathers for them to know now that almost 200 something years later that people are dying over or fighting and killing each other over keeping the Constitution the way it is without making changes to it, significant changes. Like, let me just let you in on a little fucking secret. Life is not what it was like 250 years ago. Very, very different world we live in than people 250 years ago. Just a little secret there. And so the Constitution needs to change all the fucking time, and it's not worth dying over. It should be updated all of the time. But like, I don't actually know what the fucking point of that one was. He was asked directly, is it okay if you have communism or socialism come into your country if it's voted in? Hello? If it's voted in, it should be fine. But I think he's saying that communism equals the degradation of your civil rights. Like, I guess, look at the gulags and shit like that. And if you vote for communism, then Americans have guns and they will fight against the gulags. I guess that's the point he was making. I guess. It's really hard to actually understand where that guy was going with that one. What kind of democracy places new dictatorships over dictatorships? Yeah, right. Not anymore. Trump can just go to the Supreme Court and have them rewrite it for him. Yes. It's all about interpretations, right? A living document, a representative democratic constitutional republic. Shit sakes, add another thing. I think he was avoiding the question. Well, like, it didn't actually make sense where he was going, to be honest. I was actually a bit unsure of what was going on with that one. Anyway, he says guards, and I think healthcare, unemployment, transport, safeguards. First Amendment is proof it was designed to be changed. I think that's a pretty good point, actually. Yeah? Because America and the USSR have both sent people to camps. Yeah, right. Yeah. Interesting. I agree. It was meant to be amended, hence the use of the words amendments, but with a high bar for change. Yeah, look, I'm all for, making sure that some, one that comes in with a super majority in Congress doesn't just come and rewrite the Constitution. But like, it was actually not even just amendments. Like, they really wanted each generation almost to instill the values of that generation in a new Constitution. And the way that it's been mythologized and turned into this untouchable document is highly contradictory to the way that they saw it. They thought that no one would ever be able to really shape the rules of a country very well. Actually, they spent most of their time arguing about it because they could never agree on anything, and they were like, fuck, this is really hard to do. So like, we need to make sure that, like, we can't even get it right and agree amongst us. We need to allow for a political system that basically has a renaissance every couple of generations at least, so they can restructure what's politically important for them. They wanted to encourage a system where people negotiated all the time and rewrote the rules. I think that's actually quite a lively and organic way of doing politics, instead of thinking that, it's thinking the Constitution's like the fucking Bible or something like that, and it can never be changed or rewritten. It's not the Bible. It's politics, and politics involves humans, and humans do change over time. They've definitely changed in 250 years, like, honestly. Founders also assumed everyone was a moral and religious person when they wrote the Constitution, and without the moral grounding, the First Amendment is a license to do whatever you want. Hence the rise of woke. There it is. Dilemmas in the house. Dilemmas, business class slave owner rules. Yeah, bourgeois rules. It's definitely a bourgeois constitution, that's for sure. And this, they definitely didn't intend for there to be universal enfranchisement. They definitely didn't want all of us dirty commoners in there involved in the political system. And so if you're looking at the Constitution in America, being a document that found that got its spirit from a time where they didn't think that commoners, plebs like all of us, should have even been involved in the system, then I think it is time to rewrite documents like that. They think that we're not worthy of being part of the political system.
Since we've decided to make our account public, I am going to introduce myself. Hello, I am Banshee.
Hi.
I do not have any pronouns. I do not have a gender. I am not a human.
What?
I have been called the embodiment of female rage, which I completely identify with. I am not female, however. Although I do believe I wouldn't exist if we weren't AFAB.
What is AFAB? Is that like
What is
AFES,
AFAB?
but gay?
The embodiment of female rage, but you're not a lady? Okay. Who's we? Also, never mind.
All right. Forgive all this. I just golfed in a monsoon, and now the weather's actually quite nice because it's as fluid as your gender. I think. I don't know. But whatever you're choosing, I hope you're happy. And you can be whatever you want in my GTRP server.
That's right. This is one big ol' ad, and that's great for consumerism. Merch links in bio. Okay, bye. Whoop.
I'm a bit of a history buff.
What did we just hear then?
Since we've decided to make our account public, I am going to introduce
Is
myself.
this legit? Is this legit? Like, do you reckon? Like, are there people out there that don't even classify themselves as human? Is that a thing? Like, I'm obviously not down with all of the woke rubbish that's out there. Like, is that legit a thing?
I am Banshee.
Hi,
I do not
Banshee.
have any pronouns. I do not have a gender. I am not a human.
What?
I have been called the embodiment of female rage, which I completely identify.
Like, you got to give it to these guys, right? When someone comes up across your feed and describes themselves as not being human, like, obviously, people that are inclined to certain political ideologies are going to use this now as a battering ram to reinforce their entire, like, to attack the other side, but then use this as a reason to reinforce their entire worldview. These people, they don't even believe that they're human. So, like, what... Are we even on the same planet? Is this really a thing? Or is this a joke? Yeah, a lot of them live in Brunswick, Brushwick in Brooklyn. Straw man fallacy. That's people who think they have a soul of an animal, I think. Okay, right. Yes, that's a thing. Many right-wing content creators just trash on these people, making them appear as they are the average left-winger. Okay, right, yeah. Yeah, crazy people exist. Yes. Okay, fair enough. That's a pretty sick name though, right? If I was going to rename myself, I guess it would be Banshee or something like that. It's not bad. It's not bad. But like, this sort of stuff does make people think that their opposition is nuts, right? It is pretty mental. Then the right use them to propagandize against their political opposition, yes. Do they? Or is it just performative? Yeah, like, is this legit? Is this legit? Like, I'm asking the hard questions here. Is this one using reverse psychology on this guy named Bar None over here? Is he being played in a game by Banshee over here? And she's got the upper hand? Or is she honestly thinks that she's not human? I guess we'll never know. Oh,
I'm a bit of a history buff. Which, by the way, that is early onset Republican. That's it's a very serious warning sign. If you're a white dude in your 20s and 30s and you're like, I can't stop reading about World War II, it's coming, bro. You might not be Republican right now. You might be young and cool and liberal. Probably think you're safe, dude. You're not. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. You think your dad wanted to be Republican? You think he got out of high school and he was like, all right, now it's time to be a prick about everything. No, dude, it takes time.
So it is true. The more you study history, the more you realize that human beings are, number one, not perfectible, and number two, really, really bad. And that means that you need civilizations.
And
our strength and our values
what was
are
the point?
A bit of a history buff.
Wait, I want to hear his analysis again.
No, dude, it takes time.
So it is true. The more you study history, the more you realize that human beings are, number one, not perfectible, and number two, really, really bad. And that means that you need civilizations.
Okay. And so if people are really, really bad, why does that make it okay to be Republican? Oh, wait, maybe the Republicans uphold civilization. Maybe that's the argumentation. I hate this guy so much. Nah, fair enough. No, not Ben. No. I've met people, plenty of people like Banshee. I'm sure you fucking have. I'm sure you have. Yeah, well, I guess we can all agree that Banshee is not a person, actually, Jag, but like doesn't associate as being human. So maybe you haven't met people like Banshee at all. That's just an illusion. Actually, that's a microaggression referring to her as a person. So let's just stop there before we offend anyone else. I take it back. Another guy who I bet is on Grindr. No, Ben. I stopped. It's grating my soul. That's funny. Look, I don't get his analysis there with the eyebrows and the dun, dun, dun. There's a lot of bad people in history. I get it. There are a lot of bad people in history. And so, like, does that justify Republican, turning to Republicanism in your older age? Is that the argumentation there? We need it for civilization. It's hard to do, man. What do you want? I hate how TikTok does this. I'm trying. All right, there we go. That's better. Again, if you're watching this on TikTok and you're wondering what we're doing, the link to YouTube is in the bio, so you can actually watch what we're watching as well instead of just getting my commentary. LOL. I see what you did there. Yes, I'm so glad I actually understand what a microaggression is now. I've been contemplating it a lot because, I obviously didn't have the right understanding of it before. Ruined the Gillis clip with Shapiro right there. Yeah, I know. Blame Jerry Poppins. Oh, this is some older 3 years ago, Candace. Hey, let's see what it was like before she was such a domineering personality on the world stage.
Our strength and our values are naturally conservative. Because let me tell you guys something. In times of real struggle and strife, everybody's a conservative. It is only in remarkable times of privilege do you have time to debate bathroom signs and whether or not they're accepting enough. In times of real strife, everybody becomes a conservative because conservative is about sensibility. It is the only way that we are going to move forward as a country if we all come together and we adapt.
Do you believe that? Actually, do you believe that the only time that people become conservative is when they're struggling? Because when we were listening to the stuff about the Antichrist the other day, they were arguing that the only time people turn to things like the apocalypse and the Antichrist and all that sort of stuff is when they're in hard times. And the poorest of the Christian denominations, which was the Jehovah's Witnesses, I think it was, the poorest ones, the ones that struggle the most, in terms of being a denomination, a sect within Christianity, they actually, as the ones that don't have the money in the mega churches and the infrastructure like the evil Vatican, they're the ones that actually speak the most about helping out the poor. It's the sects of Christianity, according to these people that we're listening to, that have the least money, that actually want to help the poor the most. And so whether or not you think that that's a conservative value, I'm not sure. But I thought Christians were supposed to support, helping out the poor and shit like that. So I don't think it's conclusive that when people go through hard times that they don't want to go around and help their fellow man. I think human history, and especially in modern society, especially since the Industrial Revolution, people have actually tried to be philanthropic and help poor people, especially when they were poor and they saw a lot of poor circumstances within their communities. They wanted to help the poor out and bring their communities out of living very harsh and undignified lives and existences. It's not about being conservative, it's about community. People turn to community. It just so happens that traditional institutions like the church usually are established communities. Yeah. Jehovah's Witnesses are separate from Christianity. Okay. LOL Jungle pretty much sums up the stream today. Arguments so far: culture war, culture war, culture war, culture war, culture war. Okay, very good. Mormons are not poor communities. SLL Group, Robert Mercer, Paige Schill, Candace Owens. So she's on the payroll. Interesting. I always wondered where she kind of came from exactly and who was funding her. Not that she can't rise on her own and kind of make her way in the world, but I was wondering if she got bankrolled by someone. Bloody hell, Jerry, you're letting the team down. What, you don't like this one? Hey? I think some of these are fucking hilarious. I do agree with it to some extent. As you see the rise of populism during the economic downturns, and I agree with Bertrand Russell's definition of fascism as essentially an emotional protest. Yeah. And like some people do go that way, but like other people will turn towards, like at the same time fascism was happening, like people were turning towards communism, I guess. And so like they were looking for a different type of collectivism. But like, yeah, people do get conservative and double down. But like, is that the only thing that they do? Like, I think that is the case. That's what it's titled. In hard times, everybody is a conservative. I think it just discounts all of those people out there that have tried so hard to help others out when they are in hard times themselves. I think that's a really shit go. You know, there's a lot of people that have been really poor out there and just have tried to help other poor people and get everybody out of a shitty situation. And that's a really shit go from her.
And we realize that conservatism is what built this country. If we realize that every single person in this room is connected based on the fact that you were born and you are here in America, the greatest country in the world. Because what unites America is a philosophy, is that if you work hard and you stay out of trouble and you make good decisions, this country will reward you. It is that simple.
You have to see this. Is it that simple though? Like, come on. That's the American dream. That's the propaganda. Like, is it really? Like, there's a lot of hard-working people out there that get a fucking shit go, man. Like, a lot of hard-working people. Not the American dream. Fuck you. 4IS is triggered. There it is. I think there needs to be more discussion on what right-wing and moderate mean these days. Because I feel like everyone is operating off different definitions. I wish it were that simple. Yes, you know what? Like what she was saying was like this country was like based in conservative ideas. I don't know. I would dispute that. Actually, it was the ideas of the Enlightenment and liberalism. It was the conservatives at the time that were trying to stop the liberal values from taking a hold. And like liberalism, it was clearly associated at the time of the founding of America anyway. Liberalism was completely associated with things like being a Republican, like getting rid of your king. Like that was a big conservative no-no back then. Like you don't get rid of the king and the royals. They are better people by birthright. They deserve to rule. And like becoming Republican, that was some liberal shit. That was some death-defying freedom acts right there. So like it may be conservative by today's standards, but like not back then. Far out. The Daily Wire, paid by Mercer Fam, Upper Roots, told you. There you go. Lady, once they are done with the gays, the migrants and the trans, they are coming for you. Candace wants to go back to building the railroads and getting no pay or recognition for it. Okay, this black guy is a terrible person. Brags about gang rape. This one? Interesting. Oh, so you've seen this. Okay, let's have a look. This young man schools oblivious host. All right, let's have a look.
You have to see this. In my household, you got Martin Luther King, you got Jesus, and you got Donald Trump. Wait a minute. Why you got Donald Trump? Because I paid attention in school. So I know the true history of both the Republican and Democratic Party. I know that they really didn't switch during the Nixon Southern strategy, that one became more clever than the other in dealing with black people. We were the Republicans' friends. We were their friends, but we were the Democrats' niggas. When you look at the origins of the Ku Klux Klan, it originated out of the Democratic Party. Every civil rights legislation that ever has been passed in this country was authored, written, sponsored, and voted on 100% by Republicans and not Democrats.
He's right.
It's kind of hard for gay conservatives.
He's so right.
You have to see that.
But like, what's the point of that? Like, because there was actually a shift in the 20th century. But like, he's completely right about that. Like, the Republicans were the party. Like, look at Lincoln. Like, they were the party that wanted to free the slaves. Whether you agree that that was the only thing that they wanted to do. But, like, they were in there protecting the civil rights in the South after the American Civil War and during Reconstruction. And they were trying to figure things out so they could uphold the promise that was like, you know, freedom for Americans, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's true. And I'm not sure what the point is. So he's just saying because the Republicans have supported blacks throughout Americans' history more than the Democrats have, that's why he votes for Trump, I guess. Because, like, if you're a black person that knows history, then you should support the Republicans, I guess. I know the guy. I think the narrative is that these parties are still the same and haven't switched sides. That's what I see often. Oh, that's interesting. That's very interesting. Sounds like he paid attention in school. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, he looks like he paid attention in school. My God. A little bit too much attention. The Republicans were also the ones who wanted universal health care. Yeah, what happened there? Yeah, I think that there was a shift. Obviously, there was a shift. The Southern strategy, he's right, the Southern strategy existed as well. And they realized at a certain point that the Southern conservatives in the Democratic Party still hated the blacks enough to switch sides and go to the Republicans when they made the change. He knows history, but clearly stopped paying attention to the present. So funny. But yeah, I want to know the point. Like, what's your point? That's just, okay, that's how I justify voting for Trump then, I guess is the point of that one. I guess this is the sort of stuff, like if we're looking at this from the angle of like what attracts working class people to the right-wing pipeline here, it's just like, well, you know what, if that's true about the Republicans and right-wing politics, then like, you know, why wouldn't you want to be right-wing? They're the ones that freed the slaves. They've always supported black people. Like we've been sold a lie about, you know, the Democrats and progressives and liberals and the left wing. They're the evil ones. They've supported the Ku Klux Klan, actually. Like this sort of stuff would really be confusing and shattering for people and want to push them towards a particular ideology, right? Yeah, but which school? Trump University? It's revisionist. It's ignoring the Jim Crow era and everything since. Are you saying that this man with the Trump 2020 hat, 2024 hat, is a revisionist? I've seen a lot of debates over the years, so I do know a few right-wing talking points that get repeated again and again. It's the pipeline, baby. It's the pipeline.
It's kind of hard for gay conservatives because there's not a lot of us. So, like, what do you have to say to other gay
I've seen
people
this
who need to realize, like, they do have a choice?
Charlie Kirk, you guys know Charlie. He'll actually be on the show on Monday. From Turning Point USA.
I don't think so.
Charlie goes to these college campuses. I used to do a lot of these events with him. I've just become too busy and I have other things going on. So, but he goes to a lot of these college campuses and he talks to kids. He invites kids up to challenge him. And when we used to do shows together, we'd give a talk and then we would always say, if you disagree with us on anything, please come first to the line for a Q&A. Don't just come if you agree with us. That's great, but if you disagree with us. And Charlie is still doing that on college campuses. And I thought he had a really nice moment with this young guy.
So this is why the Groypers hate Kirk as well, because like Kirk will entertain the gays, whereas I guess good conservative Christians and Republicans shouldn't be doing that, I guess. The working class really don't have a workers' party in America. Yeah, you can see it's really lacking in that department, right? I went down this pipeline in 2016, so now I'm just resentful of these guys. Yeah, fair enough.
I'm a gay conservative, and I just want to kind of ask you, like, what do you have to say for people like me who kind of feel like, I guess, it's kind of hard for gay conservatives because there's not a lot of us. So, like, what do you have to say to other gay people who need to realize, like, they do have a choice?
Yeah, first of all, welcome to the conservative movement. I don't think you should introduce yourself just based on your sexual attractions.
No, I agree. I like
because that's not who you are.
I like to be thought of as a person, and
for sure, you are a complete human being, and I'm sure you treat people well, and you're studying something. So I want to get away with this idea that you're gay anything. I just think that we have gone a long way in the negative direction in this country, where we act as if the most important part of your identity is what you do in the bedroom. It doesn't mean that much to me, but if you ask from a perspective as a Christian, I don't agree with that lifestyle, but politics is about addition and multiplication. I imagine you agree with a lot of what we talk about.
Absolutely.
Right? Strong borders, strong country, and for that, you know, we welcome you into the conservative movement.
Thank you.
Like, and like, what's that? Like, you're supposed to give him ups for saying that like he doesn't agree with his lifestyle and he doesn't want to define himself by his sexuality. But like, hey, you agree with us for other things, so then that's fine. But I still don't agree with what you do. I don't want to know what you do in the bedroom. Hey, that makes me sick. How dare you? Right? Jokes on him. There are plenty of gay conservatives. Yeah, Ninja Nurse is keeping a list of all the people they get on Grindr. I reckon Jesus would be cool with butt stuff. Maybe not for him, but he won't care what everyone else does. Yeah, probably. You know, turn the other cheek. Hey, get it? Get it? Hey, I see what you did there.
That's the right answer. Charlie is absolutely entitled to his own personal religious belief. And America is governed by a set of laws based on equal rights and individual liberty.
Equal rights, individual liberty. So if we go back to the first guy, when he gets all upset, if he gets all butthurt about somebody who is confused and like doesn't know whether they're a man or a woman and can't make up their mind, like everybody's entitled to their own fucking opinions, right? Why not? Eh? Why not? Grindr crashes every CPAC, LOL. Yeah, he's too busy handing out free healthcare.
And you could see even the kid right there. He said, you know, I'm a gay conservative. And then he also at the same moment was like, oh, I want to just be a person. And that's what we all want to be. And that's so the reverse of what has been culturally pushed on us, right? It basically...
Are we listening to this? Are these people in the same universe? Like that guy at the start was really upset that there's people out there that have these opinions that he disagrees with about whether or not they should be a certain gender. There's only two. So you're going to be one or the other kind of thing. And like now we have this Sermon on the Mount.
We all want to be.
We all
and
want
that's
to be.
So the reverse of what has been culturally pushed on us, right? It basically, that right there shows you completely exposes almost everything that the left is. The left wants that kid, oh, you're gay, you must be a progressive, and you must fit into the stack, and you must never move from that place that we are going to put you. And what Charlie just explained right there is, well, you know, whatever you want to call it, the conservative movement, whatever you want to call it, welcome to this new wide tent thing. You can have your religious beliefs, you can have your sexuality, and if we all agree that America's good and people are going to live differently and we are going to agree to disagree on some things, then we have something really special. And that really
See,
is...
that sounds like liberalism to me. That sounds like liberalism, like understanding that everybody has a right to choose their own affairs and like whatever, as long as we all get along and nobody encroaches on anyone else's rights. That is traditional liberalism. That is actually the opposite of conservatism. Conservatism is about conserving, keeping the traditions alive and saying what is acceptable and what is not. I don't even know where to start with this guy. This guy particularly, though, the Rubin Report, he's a right fuck, this one. He's he's snake in the grass kind of stuff. You have to watch out for this guy. Like, I don't know how he's twisted this one around, but he's done it again. Dave Rubin. Yes, that's his name. Yeah, watch out for him. He was paid by Russia? Fuck, where do you get a claim like that? That's huge. Imagine if true, right? You should go to Dave Rubin's tour when he comes down under and blast him at the Q&A part. You know what? Is he actually coming down under? Is that true? Wouldn't mind going along to that. Hey? That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy. Jag. I don't even know if I can read that one out. Catholics eat the booty of Christ during Mass every Sunday. It's not just the booty, it's the whole body. They'll take it all. That's fucking hilarious. Interesting. It is liberalism, but the left went too far. That's the other talking point. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. All right, enough with you.
The only thing that can save the country at this point.
The only thing that can save the country is liberalism. That's what he just described.
Said, I am told that as a state representative...
Oh, it's this guy again, Nick Freitas. This will be good. Let's have another listen.
Said, I am told that as a state representative, this is the moment where I'm supposed to express my heartfelt condolences and then stand in solidarity with those on the other side of the aisle as we condemn political violence and stand unified as one people. But we aren't one people, are we? The truth is, we haven't been for some time now, and there is really no point in pretending anymore if there ever was. We are two very different peoples. We may occupy the same piece of geography, but that is where the similarities seem to abruptly end. I convinced myself for a long time that whenever the left called me a racist, a bigot, a sexist, a fascist, a threat to democracy, for even the most innocent of disagreements, that it was simply hyperbolic rhetoric done for effect. And now the effect is a widow and 2 orphaned children because the left couldn't bear the thought of a peaceful man debating them and winning. I don't think they realize it yet, but murdering Charlie is going to be remembered as the day where we finally woke up to what this fight really is. It is not a civil dispute among fellow countrymen. It's a war between diametrically opposed worldviews which cannot peacefully coexist with one another. One side will win and one side will lose. Charlie tried to win that fight through argumentation, through discussion, through peaceful resolution of differences, and the other side murdered him. Not because he was extreme or inciting violence or any other hyperbolic slur they hurled at him. They murdered him because he was effective, because he was unafraid, because he inspired others and made them feel like they had a voice, that they were not alone.
Wouldn't this guy get really upset if he finds out that like Kirk was not actually taken down by someone on the left, but it was potentially, like someone like Israel? It was Benjamin Netanyahu in the breaches, hanging out behind the tent somewhere. Won't this guy get upset by that? This is the dangerous language that is coming out at the moment. It's just like, hey, Charlie Kirk's dead now. Let's just give up the pretenses that like we can coexist. This is war, baby. This is warfare, and it's on. And there's only going to be one winner in this. This is some dangerous shit, and this is what we are seeing at the moment with National Security Presidential Memo number 7. They have described everybody that is potentially ideologically opposed to America, as defined by, I guess, the Trump administration, as an enemy, as a domestic extremist, and they are worthy of being wiped out. This is the war. Anyone who is ideologically opposed, as he is saying, to you, we don't occupy the same geography anymore, and just like agree to disagree, we will kill you. This is warfare. This is some hardcore rhetoric, man. This is fucking hardcore.
Alone, and he did it at the very institutions which have fomented so much hatred toward conservatives. I don't want to stand in solidarity with the other side of the aisle. I want to defeat you. I want to defeat the godless ideology that kills babies in the womb, sterilizes confused children, turns our cities into cesspools of degeneracy and lawlessness, and that murdered Charlie Kirk. Social media is aflame right now with leftist celebration of Charlie's death. I wonder if any among them understand what has just happened. If there is a Yamamoto somewhere in their midst warning that all they have done is awoken a sleeping giant. I doubt it. I think they gave up such introspection and self-awareness long ago. I don't know exactly what will happen next. I just know that it won't be the same as what has happened in the past. There will be thoughts and prayers. Charlie would have wanted prayers, not for himself, but for those left behind and for the country that he loved. But then there will be a reckoning. My Christian faith requires me to love my enemies and pray for those who curse me. It does not require me to stand idly by in the midst of savagery and barbarism, quite the opposite. So every time I feel tired, every time I feel discouraged or overwhelmed, I am going to watch the video of a good man being murdered in Utah. I will force myself to watch it, and then I will return to the work of destroying the evil ideology responsible for that and so much more. Rest with God, Charlie. Your fight is over. Ours is just beginning.
Whoa.
So I am told that
this is some dangerous shit, right? This is some really dangerous shit. And this is potentially what we are. Yeah, so performative. So performative. Holding back the tears, the croak in the voice. Mr. E, don't let the facts get in the way of a good story. Look. This stuff is fucking dangerous. And this is why the culture wars are a fucking problem. Let's be honest. Okay? We can't be divided like the rhetoric that this guy is reading here. All of these people, right wing, left wing, conservative, progressive, however you want to fucking define it, all of this stuff it's real, but it sits on top of something else. And there is a lot of anguish, there's a lot of disdain out there, a lot of desperation. And so people interpret their desperation and their poor circumstances in whatever way gives them meaning and gives them the energy to keep going. And so if they're channeling their energy, thanks to pricks like this, into fighting other working people, other people that are struggling against the system, then like it's such a waste. Such a waste. Imagine if we could channel the energy against, I don't know, the system, the capitalist class, changing the economy, rewriting the constitution, getting some type of wins on the boards for average people. So like, they can still get upset by this stuff, but like it won't be such rage, such absolute raw rage that comes out of these people, because like they have shitty lives and they have shitty circumstances. This is some scary shit. This is some really scary shit. And like Trump is like, he is adding so much fuel to the fire right now. It is absolutely incredible. I didn't think it was possible for him to ratchet it up to a new level, Trump. When I heard him do the thing after Charlie Kirk was shot, like hours after, with his presidential address, sitting in the Oval Office, speaking to America, saying that the radical left is behind this and like we need to do something about it. I thought that was the height of like how divisive he could be, splitting the country into different camps so they can tear each other to pieces. And then came his speech at Charlie Kirk's funeral, and it was just like Charlie Kirk tried really hard to like speak to his enemies. And Eric has just gotten up and she said that she forgives. I don't do that. I hate the other side. I hate my opponents, and I will crush them. And that is the rhetoric at the moment. That's the rhetoric. Like before, there was a modicum of this idea that in a democratic society, you at least have to put up with people that you don't like. You have to just put up with them. You can battle them in the marketplace of ideas. You can protest against them. You can rally against them. But like, you don't openly call for them to be killed. This is what's happening now. He's talking about openly fighting against people. And like, to be honest, I am so surprised with the amount of guns that are in America. This hasn't manifested into something more than what is going on at the moment. I'm honestly surprised there are not paramilitary groups like traversing the country and like going after what he's talking about here, seeking retribution. I guess there's still time for that. Like, this is the more dangerous part of the pipeline so far. We've seen some hilarious stuff. Like, my favorite so far in terms of entertainment value has been baking, communist baking. And that's not real communism argument, because that one hits home. I use that one all the time. And like, I stand by it. And he demolished my argument. But like, this guy, he doesn't give a shit really about like the differences between, what's really better, progressive ideals, conservative ideals. He's just calling for bloodshed, this guy. He's like, you wronged us, whatever the us is, and we will kill you. And we're coming to get you. Division, so hot right now. Look, I'm all for solidarity, but if someone should think I should be unalived because of a story some grifter said, I'm going to push back on that BS. Yeah, look, I get it, but I think like now more than ever, like people that are in this stream right now and people that are watching this after, like we really need to figure out a way to find the commonality between the people that follow someone like this and their opposition. You need to find some common ground. I don't know how it's going to happen, but people need to just figure out what the common ground is. And there's plenty of crossover between conservatives and progressives and left and right. They have the same grievances with society. They just interpret it in different ways. And like, we're going to have to really figure out a good propaganda campaign on how, honestly, to end the culture war. That is the biggest problem. It's the culture war. It's not him. It's not, people on the other side that do the same shit that he does. Honestly, you gotta win. You need to win the social media war. Yeah, but we gotta end the culture war, and we are all guilty of it. Okay, everyone that's watching this and listening to this right now, you're guilty of it. You're guilty of it. Let me just say it here. I'm guilty of it. We get caught up in the culture wars a lot, and some more than others. But we do have to try and bridge the gap somehow. And I know this is entertainment for us for the most part, but I want to go through the right-wing pipeline because I want to know how right-wing people form their outlook on the world. I want to understand. That's why I was really interested when Ron had come in, because I wanted to know how he saw things. And his propaganda took me by surprise, actually. It wasn't what I was thinking it was going to be, being kind of anti-religion kind of propaganda, as opposed to, I thought it was political ideology. But that's the sort of stuff that is the basis for foments eventual kind of political conspiracy theories. But I do think we need to understand what other people are talking about and find the points that are the same and just focus on the things that we both have problems with. But this stuff, I don't see any language in here where he says and we're all struggling because of this reason and we should rally around that. It's just Charlie Kirk died because of people that are ideologically opposed to you, and those people need to die too. There's nothing you can get, not nothing you can get out of this guy from this piece of content anyway, that says that you're struggling because of, I don't know, the system or rich people or something like that. There's nothing in there at all. It's just a call to action, violent action. That's some scary shit, man.
Trump brings me back every time. I'll go through weeks where I'm fuck him, I'm done with this bullshit.
Yeah,
and he's Iran and Israel don't know what the fuck they're doing. I'm that's my dog. That's my dog.
We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
And then the next day he tweets we need to make sure Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't get persecuted. You're there he is. God damn it.
He's up to his old tricks again.
Fucking piece of shit got me again.
That's all you gotta do.
Social media is very important for our businesses. The social media.
Okay. Stand here in the middle and go like this.
Okay.
That's it. Make sure you're in the middle.
What the fuck was that?
One of the best ways to
What the fuck was that?
That's all you gotta do.
Much important, very social media. What the hell was that? Oh, I guess we can't see comments on this stuff, can we? No. What the fuck was that? Jerry Poppins.
Okay. Stand here in the middle and go like this.
Okay.
That's it. Make sure you're in
Is
the
it
middle.
because it's not politically correct to laugh at someone? Is that what it's about?
I think one of
It
the
must be that. That must be the reason. That was just a Jerry Poppins. I'm trying to figure out what it is. It's you're not supposed to laugh at that. It's politically incorrect. But if you don't care about politically correct stuff, then that's okay. Good luck trying to get people out of the culture war mindset. Look, I get it. You actually literally have to. It's like taking the red pill in the Matrix. You actually have to physically remove yourself from something that you are so attached to. It feels like you are dying. It will be such a struggle. But I'm not saying that you're going to convert everyone. But if you can make a small amount of people see that the stuff that they're generally looking at when it comes to politics, is complete rubbish, and it's just used to divide us. If you can just get them to consider that, that's all that matters. We might have more of a chance as a working group of people, as the working class, to kind of fight back somehow. somehow the era of tolerance in the US is over. Now it's intolerance for the intolerant. Moron is a state church Zion-Nazi and a waste of breath. Oh, so you know that person. Okay. Separation of church and state is the culture war. Interesting. Move the image of the left as being some snowflake Satanists. Yeah, that's an interesting one, actually. But like, yeah, just you don't have to even do much more than just tell people that they're being played. And so if they have that in the back of their mind when they're watching shit, that they're just being played, that might be of assistance. They have to be deprogrammed by shaming. Is that the thing to do, shaming? Because then sometimes people just double down when they get shamed, right? But hey, yeah, it's really difficult. Like, what else do we have? Like, that person, like, people are going to kill each other over this as we descend. If there's no, I don't think there's any false equivalency going on with the fact that the culture wars are getting more and more depraved and violent, and you have more and more of a trajectory towards some type of fascist change in Western society. I think there is a direct correlation actually to those things as we move away from any like form of unity, any assemblage of having some shared interests in something. We move closer and closer to fasci style Western culture. I've had some heated conversations with liberals about trying to focus on working class over culture wars. Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult. Yeah, I see people double down in real life. When you call someone out for being a false information, they just triple down. Deprogramming through shame, that sounds like it will result in a kink later in life. That's funny.
Best ways to bolster an argument, to construct an argument. I think one of the best ways to bolster an argument, to construct an argument, is to foresee potential counter-arguments and to address them. And because you've been doing this for quite some time and you're well-versed in what you believe, in your ideologies and your beliefs, if you were in my position, what would you ask yourself that would be most effective in challenging those core tenets?
Thank you for that question. I didn't expect that. So respectful and like thoughtful. I don't know if you're a left liberal or not. I don't know, but because it's implied in your question that you are. Is that correct or not? Because you said, what would you believe as your core tenets? I don't know. But anyway, do you want to remark?
I take it as a compliment.
Okay,
No,
great. Okay, that's fine. Always come into every conversation believing that you might be wrong and that you might learn something. And you guys go here to a ridiculously old institution that has some of the greatest thinkers that I admire, Tolkien, Lewis, I mean, the list goes on. And I don't know the core canon of what you are studying, but I can definitely tell you in America, there is a de-emphasis of the thinkers and of the writers that were once, let's just say, embedded within the core curriculum of a place like this. And I would encourage all of you that are intellectually honest, that are on the left, that are liberals, to know what conservatives believe better than conservatives. Read our literature. Read C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity. Go read Edmund Burke. Go read Russell Kirk, of which I share a name, no relation. Go read Milton Friedman. Understand it. Spend time with it. Treat it with respect. Don't just do it as a passerby, because the very few, and there's a couple, right-wing students in this room, they've done that to all the left-wing ideas. No, it's fine. I'm calling them out. Because they've done that with the left-wing ideas. They've had to. You cannot proceed in many universities without having to reckon and reconcile with that. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. I just want to quickly follow on from that. I did my undergrad in the US, and so
what school?
Michigan State.
Oh, go Spartans, yeah.
Go Green, go White. So I've, here and there, I've been labeled leftist, rightist, so I've heard it all.
I hate labels, honestly. It's ridiculous, so you seem very sweet, so. Yeah.
Thank you. And I wanted to know if you believe that, I know your views on college education.
How fucking tall he is. I don't know if she's just really short, but fuck, he looks like a giant next to her.
Specifically in the US, and that you believe that it does not deliver what it should. Do you think that, whether right or wrong, that because you don't have that degree, your influence within society might be restricted compared to, for example, Jordan Peterson?
Yes. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No,
Keep going.
Yeah.
You're exactly right. This is a barrier that I have to overcome. I did not go to university or college. I just went straight into doing stuff. And a criticism I get is, well, you didn't go to college, therefore you're not capable of dialoguing. That is inherently an argument from an authority. But yes, that is a good argument if you want to be taken seriously, because it's of course a barrier. Because it actually only motivates me more to learn more and to dive deeper and to become better understanding of these ideas. But yes, there is at least in the States, of which you studied your undergrad, there is an emphasis on the credential. However, that also plays into my core argument as the indictment of the current state of the academy. If it is a credential, then it's a very expensive, time-intensive credential just to be able to have people take you more seriously. And that is kind of like the downfall of what do you do instead of like, where did you go? And I don't like that.
Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The one question at Oxford that Charlie didn't see coming. Hey, look at him. He looks good there. She could be like 5 foot, actually. Nah, she's a small girl. Hate labels, but exclusively uses them. Yeah, like he's just like, oh, I hate labels. This is the fucking king of the fucking culture war. Like he's crown prince of the culture war. Like, honestly, come on, bro. And he says, oh, you know what? I do hate labels at the end of the day. But goddamn, are they profitable? Have I built a sweet-ass organization trashing people based on labels? Now, let us not forget this, because you lose all of that in the mysticism that has shrouded the life and the legacy of Charlie Kirk since his martyrdom. But like, we saw the footage of him literally 2 minutes before he got shot, and he's just like, hey, Utah, give me your best liberals. Yeah. Like it was a fucking Roman arena and they were bloodthirsty as fuck. Like labels, schmables, bro. You loved that shit. Come on.
You hope that Charlie...
I was waiting for some tuckies. This will be good.
You hope that Charlie Kirk's death won't be used by a group we now call bad actors to create a society that was the opposite of the one he worked to build. You hope that. You hope that a year from now, the turmoil we're seeing in the aftermath of his murder won't be leveraged to bring hate speech laws to this country. And trust me, if it is, if that does happen, there is never a more justified moment for civil disobedience than that, ever. And there never will be. Because if they can tell you what to say, they're telling you what to think. There is nothing they can't do to you because they don't consider you human. They don't believe you have a soul. A human being with a soul, a free man, has a right to say what he believes, not to hurt other people, but to express his views.
Interesting.
You
so
hope
like
that
the point of this piece is to show that he's turning on Trump, and so like anyone that uses Charlie Kirk as a justification to control and censor and take away people's civil liberties, right to freedom of expression, etc., they are not only antithetical to what Charlie Kirk stood for, but they are dangerous, and they're a big fucking problem, right? Just watch that Twitch. Just what Twitch needs. Another Kiwi politics streamer. Welcome. Yeah, I know, welcome. So close, but still so far away. Do you know what the Tasman is? Han, Fixer, Cablin? Do you know what the Tasman is? I'll leave that with you. You can Google it if you need to. That might give you some context. to what's going on. So close, though. So close. Fucking Kiwis. Are you listening to this, Falter? I call racism. All right, so what do we think about Tuckies? Anyone got some actual opinions on Tuckies over here? Like, he speaks the language of the working class pretty well. Tasmania is a small... No, sorry. I said, yeah, I'm here, LOL. The Tasman, not Tasmania. Not Tasmania. The Tasman. Kiwi through and through. I'm a fucking Kiwi. Not you, Voltateur. Not you. I'm the Kiwi streamer, bro. Watch out. The Tasman. All I'm trying to say, Han, is that you got the wrong side of the Tasman, if you know what that is. You were close, though. Really close. Any opinions on Tuckies? He's disassociated himself with the Israeli machine. He's disassociated himself with, I guess, the Trump movement. Hey, he speaks the language of the working class. This is working class populism right here in the right-wing form. Any opinions on this guy? Anyone? You clearly know your way around a sheep, good sir. Very topical. Very topical indeed. Are you from either of those two countries, New Zealand or Australia? Because those are our jokes. These are our jokes. You can't say those jokes. These are our jokes. Does anyone have any opinions on him? Because he speaks good... No, I can own guns. I'm pretty sure they can own guns in New Zealand as well, actually. He speaks the language of the working class really, really well. And so, like, if you're looking for a populist figure on the right, this is your man. He speaks really well. Tucker Carlson is reportedly in discussion with prominent GOP donors, Rebecca Mercer and Peter Thiel, regarding potential investment in his new media company. There you go. So he's disassociated and he's going to create his own media company. Of course, Peter Thiel would be all over that like a rash. Eh? And Rebecca Mercer, where are they associated with exactly? Have they got ties to Israel and all that sort of stuff? But he speaks a good working class game, this guy. And so, like, I haven't made up my mind yet whether he uses the rhetoric or actually believes in it. Those are two massive distinctions. Now, a lot of people like Trump, he uses the rhetoric of the working class to try and convince American working class voters and Christians and all that sort of stuff to be with him. But he seems to use working class rhetoric quite a lot. And I haven't decided whether he actually believes in it or not and just has a conservative bent on social issues. But if he believes in working class policy, but has a socially conservative policy outlook, those are rather distinct things, I must say. You can say them if you're from Scotland, though. Okay, fair enough. Ever since he was excommunicated from Fox News and disgraced by the right wing, his rhetoric is inching closer and closer to the center. Okay. I think he'd go full wingnut if the right politician shows up. Yes, the Mercer family is involved with shit rail. Okay. Because he seems to have disassociated himself and, like, you know, speaks out about Palestine. I've heard him talk about it. And I'm not sure if he's just picking up on, like, working person's sentiments, like generally the populations out there, you know, they don't want to see Gazan children dying. And so, like, he picks up on that stuff and just runs with it. He's not shackled by the right-wing media establishment at all. Yes, the Mercer family. Yeah, I read that one. I'm not sure if it's a return to what he believes in or if he's just following the money. Yeah, I'm trying to establish that. Because if he is kind of working class with his policy decisions and his rhetoric and his beliefs, and he does want to uphold working kind of interests, but then he's socially conservative on other matters, it's way more to work with than someone who's just kind of just generally conservative on everything and doesn't give a fuck about any working class interests at all. Tucker just says that he thinks he will make him the most... Tucker just says what he thinks will make him the most money. I like that Tucker asks the right questions just the right way. He does have a very good interview style. I have seen him work on a few interviews. They're too long generally and time consuming, but he does ask some very, very interesting questions. I'm undecided about him yet. I don't know if he's an asset in just dissecting the culture wars, because again, he bridges the gap on some issues like Palestine and things like that. Like, it's very interesting, and I'm not sure if he just knows that this is how you win over the commoners and the cattle class, and he believes in that sort of stuff as well. That's a massive distinction if he believes in it too. Like, he's a nationalist though at the end of the day, and the working class, it's not bound by any nation, it's international. So there's a problem there. But if he brings up the issues of class warfare as opposed to culture warfare, then hey, making people focus on the class warfare, I'm not going to argue with that. I won't trust any of them until I see who's funding them, which means I never trust any of them. Which means I never trust any of them. Out of all the right-wing mouthpieces, he's definitely one of the better speakers. Yeah, and which makes him more dangerous too, you know. Hey, I wonder if he's going to be taking the mantle. Presidency. Tucker for president, bro. Watch out, it's coming.
Charlie Kirk's death won't be used by a group we now call bad actors to create a society that was the opposite of the one he worked to build.
The fair point. Like, do you want to create, like, this is, like, Trump directly got up and said it. He was just like, you know what? Charlie might have liked these people, but I don't. I fucking hate him. Hey, I hate my opponents. Like, and all of the steps that have come out since then, which is like all pure ideological warfare stuff. He is almost mandating for his FBI, his Department of Justice, his law enforcement, his private militia to go out and like bag these people in the street. Anyone that might oppose what he describes as American values. It's fucking scary stuff. And he's calling that out. What's going on there? What's going on under the hood, Tuckies? I'd like to know more.
You hope that. You hope that a year from now, the turmoil we're seeing in the aftermath of his murder won't be leveraged to bring hate speech laws to this country. And trust me, if it is, if that does happen, there is never a more justified moment for civil disobedience than that, ever. And there never will be. Because if they can tell you what to say, they're telling you what to think. There is nothing they can't do to you because they don't consider you human. They don't believe you have a soul. A human being with a soul, a free man, has a right to say what he believes, not to hurt other people, but to express his views.
What is the doctrine of the Trump presidency? You know, Monroe had the Monroe Doctrine. I call it the MAGA Doctrine, which the argument I make is that it's a blend of conservatism, populism, common sense, and a pro-American approach. And I look back to the Reagan era, and we had 8 years of awesome conservative wins under Ronald Reagan, and H.W. Bush undid a lot of those. H.W. Bush grew the size of government. He put back bureaucrats that Ronald Reagan fired, and all of a sudden we kind of saw a descent away from Ronald Reagan conservatism. And we have to remember, Reagan was a populist too. I mean, Reagan was...
That's interesting, because when we read Project 2025, there was so much Reaganite glorification in Project 2025. So much of it. I was trying to figure out and understand where that comes from. Tucker is processed food. Yeah, I was trying to figure out where this sentiment comes from, where Reagan good and acceptable for the new America kind of thing, as opposed to, something like Bush. Like, what's the difference? So, like, we have neoliberal versus neocon. Neoliberals are okay because they reduce government spending, they cut back stuff and services, they reduce the size of the evil government, and they're good for business. They're better than that. Like, neocons just, I don't know what, start wars and shit like that, and nobody wants wars. Is that what like the difference is? Just here to watch a transfer. Unrelated, but these streams have been a great reprieve after work and on my days off. Thanks for the good times, Mr. No worries. No worries. Yeah, because I have realized, because I watch my analytics sometimes, and like I've noticed that with the streams, they get a certain viewership, and then in the evenings or something, they go up. So I'm assuming, there's people that are watching this that I just can't watch it live. And so they go over. So, if that's you right now, you're listening to this, thanks for tuning in. It's great. It's great to know that like we can still share the experience outside of the actual live event. So I'm glad you get some reprieve from it, because it's been an onslaught the last few weeks. And, you know, people are asking for some palate cleansers and some hope, because it's been very dismal the last few weeks, I must admit. Didn't Reagan close the mental asylums? That's where your woke came from. It was a plan. It was the long game. They let all these crazies back into society so then they could use that as a stick to beat over their political opponents. Interesting, considering HW was Reagan's VP. Very interesting. But yeah, like the Project 2025 was riddled with it. It was actually really interesting. I was like, why are they so hot on Reagan? Reagan's so hot right now. He's so hot. But like, from what I understand, Reagan actually, he might not have, he's saying like they got rid of more federal employees comparatively, but Reagan increased military spending and put the budget into the red massively. Not only did he run up a deficit, but he made America's debt really, really bad. Reagan fucked the economy over hardcore. But I guess he used a lot of that money to increase military spending so they could, I don't know, go into Afghanistan and the Arab nations and fuck the world up. No, he wanted to fight. He did say that he wanted to fight against the commies. He wanted to step up the war with the Soviet Union and finish it off. And so he was willing to put Americans into debt forever as a result of that. So he wasn't great for the economy, despite the neoliberal mantle.
Both a conservative and a populist. Bureaucrats that Ronald Reagan fired, and all of a sudden we kind of saw a descent away from Ronald Reagan conservatism. And we have to remember, Reagan was a populist too. I mean, Reagan was both a conservative and a populist. And I think there's dangers to populism and its furthest extent, but I don't think that we as conservatives should be afraid of it. I think that there's a lot of positives when it comes to listening to the people and actually bringing dignity back to forgotten America. And so what is the...
There is actually positives when you listen to people. Who would have thought that's how democracy was supposed to work in the modern age? There are positives when you listen to people. Remember that, ladies and gentlemen.
Doctrine of the Trump presidency. I make the argument that it's analyzing every decision and every deeply held belief in Washington, D.C. by the ruling class, so the wise men of Washington, and asking the question objectively, has this been serving our country well? And then if no, what is the proper approach to it? And by using that kind of common sense approach, he's actually come organically to conservative positions that other people that ran on conservative positions would not have organically come to.
Mr. Shapiro, you talked about white privilege.
What is the doctrine of decision and every deeply held belief, dignity back to forgotten America? And so what is the doctrine of the Trump presidency? I make the argument that it's...
So his argument is that Donald Trump isn't actually a natural conservative, an organic conservative that has come through the right-wing pipeline or the conservative pipeline. He's a accidental conservative because he just put Trump's mind to it and was just like, you know what? If I thought about how I would do the system better, I actually align more with conservative ideas on policy and governance, and so I'm a conservative baby through and through, and that's how he analyzes it. Trump is Trump because, like the leader of the free world, and it was, literally the leader of the grand old party now. Like everyone's a Trumpian model politician now, because Trump figured out one day that if he wants to run the country in line with what's the best and most efficient, it's the conservative promise every day that delivers that. Very interesting stuff. Reagan's greatest quote. I don't remember. I don't recall that. That never happened. Prove me wrong.
Mr. Shapiro.
Congresswoman tries to call Ben Shapiro racist, regrets it immediately. I love those titles. They're the best. Immediately regrets it. Ben Shapiro, 7.23 million subscribers. Dun, dun. So good.
You talked about white privilege. And just this week, I had a conversation with Rachel Lazar, who's done some work, a Jewish American woman who's done some work on this area, as well as having extensive conversations with Dr. Greg Parks of Wake Forest University, who's also talked quite a bit about critical race theory. And it's my understanding that white privilege is not telling individuals that they cannot speak, but it is a term for societal privilege that individuals have as a benefit of their white skin. And I don't think that, and I think universities would be remiss to then say that because you're white, you're not allowed to say anything that's critical of white people. I didn't know that white privilege actually went into that sphere. My understanding is it's just, and the issue is that white privilege makes people uncomfortable to talk about the societal privilege that they have.
Well, to me, what I say on campuses all the time is if you want to cite instances of racism that we can all find and fight together, that's something that I'm more than willing to stand next to you and fight, because that's obviously stuff that we should fight together. But when you just say that there is a white privilege out there in the ether and that by dint of birth your skin color generates for you an advantage, what you're really saying to people is that your view is less valuable because you have not experienced what I've experienced. And that is an identity argument, that's a character argument, that's not a rational political argument that can actually be taken on in any way. It's more of a cudgel and a club than it is an attempt to open a discussion.
Well, I think it's a demonstrable evidence that through society's demographics that being white has societal privileges that being black does not. But
we can talk about how that manifests, because that's
I'm
more
also
specific.
interested in what you just said now, was that you would stand next to anyone who has this. So, Mr. Shapiro, my question to you is, for Ms. Dunston, the tying the noose around the campus and writing messages that target African-American young students, would you consider that hate speech, and then would you stand next to her and fight for her?
As I say, I would. This is the first I'm hearing about it, honestly. But
really,
yeah. But from hearing about it, maybe because it's local. I mean, I'm from LA. But in any case, I'm more than happy to stand alongside her and fight whatever group was responsible for this. Not only more than happy. I mean, you're talking about the alt-right. Again, I was the #1 target of anti-Semitic harassment from the alt-right last year. So I'm more than happy to do all that. And I think there's one more distinction that has to be made. When we talk about cases like Taylor's, they're horrific, and the administration is siding with Taylor. Okay, the administration is doing the right thing by Taylor, or trying to do the right thing by Taylor, as they should be. And I think that we need to make a distinction between cases where the administration is actively participating in the suppression of speech and cases in which the administration is trying to do the right thing in order to punish people for application of crime.
So it's very simple. It's intent.
I don't know. I don't know if it was like these type of catchy headline ones. They make you click because they think it really gives it's the clickbait that gets you to come in, because you expect to see her crushed by Ben Shapiro. And so basically she's like, look, there's something called white privilege. Do you believe in it or not? And he's just like, no, I don't believe in white privilege. And she's like, all right, well, I let's agree to disagree. And then she's like, someone got caught up in a scandal and they were attacked on their race. Do you not like that? And he was like, no, I don't like it. And she's like, so you will stand with that person and fight against that type of individual acts of racism? And he's like, yeah, I'll fight against that. Like, that wasn't really a gotcha moment. So I don't even know really what the point of that one was. Like, usually it regrets it immediately, and you see them like, like, how do I respond? I didn't actually see any of that going on there at all. I think the biggest kind of gotcha moment is him calling out the hypocrisy, which is fair enough. The hypocrisy in the idea of things like critical race theory and white privilege and all that sort of stuff. It's not the fact that these things might not actually exist. It's just the fact that if you focus in on race, then you get dangerously close to being part of the problem. And that's the hypocrisy of it. If all you do is focus on how some people get things and other people don't based on their race, then all you're doing is skirting around racial division, which is the thing that you purport to want to fight against, etc., etc., etc. And so, yeah, it's a very dangerous game when all you focus is on culture war and identity, because it's full of these contradictory and hypocritical traps where kind of it applies in most circumstances, but then sometimes actually it doesn't really make sense here. And then your political adversary or your opponent will tear you to shreds because it doesn't really work in all circumstances. And really, are you justifying the stuff that you say that you stand against and all this sort of nonsense? And that's why the culture wars are useless and they're meaningless at the end of the day. There are some real grievances that certain people have. And okay, they are true grievances. But like, let's focus on the things that we all share a grievance over, right? There's a lot of those problems too. And so you can't win every battle. You're going to have to prioritize. And I think that's where like someone like Lenin gets it right. He's a real revolutionary. He understood what you need to focus on to win. And that's why he was effective. That's why he will go down in history. There was many a things that he could have taken exception to, could have focused on, but all he was really struggling for at the end of the day was to try and set up some type of situation that gave them a chance to take power. And like he would take whatever heat. He would ally with people that others thought were irreprehensible. He would go and he would be very mercenary in his style, but whatever he was trying to do was trying to bring in kind of the Bolshevik revolution. And so like you need to kind of understand that like you're not going to be able to agree with everyone on everything. But if you can somehow detach yourself from the culture war just enough to focus on the things that affect all of us as opposed to the division, then you might have a chance. The culture wars is a massive problem. And this wasn't the gotcha moment that I thought it was going to be. I've seen Ben do some better gotcha moments. That was shit. I actually don't know this. That was pretty ID poll from Ben. It shows that the right is reasonable, unlike the radical left. Okay, that's the point of this. You see people from all sides making generalizations on groups of people based on appearances. Yeah, and that's the hypocrisy. You walk into hypocrisy world when all you focus on is culture war issues and stuff like that. Poor white privilege. Even blacks know this is BS. When does she immediately regret it? Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I was really waiting for like a, oh my God, she's walked into a Ben Shapiro trap kind of thing. Because I've seen, you see those ones, eh? Everyone's walked into a Shapiro trap. Watch out. And then he's like, and you're like, wait, I can't even hear what he's saying. He's talking way too fast. Can't even keep up with him. Can you just shut up for a second? Let me digest what you're talking about. Yeah, there's no trap there.
So it's very simple. It's intent. It's the difference between murder and manslaughter and...
Wait, attributing death to communism versus capitalism. That's so good. Oh, this will be good. I love this stuff.
So it's very simple. It's intent. It's the difference between murder and manslaughter and coincidence, right? So under communism, the deaths that you're assigning to communism under starvation are because the government took direct action that directly led to the killing of people. When you're blaming things on capitalism, like we have the technology to cure this type of cancer, but this person couldn't afford it, and unfortunately they died, that death should count against capitalism. To a degree, yes, but you have to realize on one hand, you're mad at America for not saving you compared to being mad at the Soviet Union for directly killing you. There's a difference between somebody not being good enough to save everybody and somebody deliberately killing everybody. Right?
Right? Am I right, men? Am I right?
So it's very simple.
Anyone? Look, I get it. I get the logic there. All right? That it does make sense. Someone makes a policy decision and it ends up starving people. And so that is intent. You've made a policy decision and that leads to deaths. Whereas if you just let the market do it, no one individually made that choice. It was just the market that's failing to service these people. But can you really blame the market? Like, no one really controls the market. So if the market fails and people die, like, no one's really responsible for that. It was the economy. But when you have a centralized government and they make a policy decision in the same way that a market might make a decision thanks to market forces, then you can definitely blame someone for that. Now, the only counter to this is that that sort of shit does happen all the time in capitalism. And like, you have governments in capitalism, and those governments make policy decisions all the time that affect real people. Look at USAID, for example. They've cut USAID since Trump has come into existence. Now, we all know how USAID is used as a soft power arm for American imperialism. Okay, got it. But let's just take a second to realize that they also do provide aid to people around the world. And so there are some estimates that thanks to the decision to cut funding from USAID, people that were relying on medicine from USAID because they've kind of been taught to rely on medicine coming in from USAID over decades now and just like pulling it off them violently instead of like, you know, doing it over time, just being like, nah, fuck you, you're not having the USAID medicine anymore. Go deal with it some other way. Turn to the market, it'll help you. Is going to lead to the deaths of tens of millions of people. And so like that's a fucking policy decision made by a government with intent. The Trump administration intentionally have decided to cut funding to provide medicines to people around the world that need it. And so like it's the same shit. You're just arguing basically that governments are a problem and there's governments in capitalism and communism. So like, you know, I think there'd be many anarchists that would agree with you there. It's the fucking state. The state is the fucking problem. And, you know, the anarchist in me says fucking oath, brother. Fucking oath.
Welcome back to the comment section.
Ooh, welcome back. And oh, it's actually called the comment section. Right, got it. All right, let's see what the comment section is. This is 26 minutes. Jerry Poppins, what are you doing? I heard a first-hand account of what happened with the starvation in a province in China. You see people all from all sides making generalizations. Oh, no way. You heard, like, when you say you heard, like, you mean literally you heard that? Well, they're not talking about the right-wing coups. Can you really blame capitalist psyops that influence right-wing coups that unalived lots of people? Yeah, I know, right? It's the invisible hand. You can't blame it if you can't see it. I know. Can't blame what you can't see. If you want to talk about gulags, then let's talk about the coups. If you want to talk about fucking gulags, let's talk about ICE detention centers, bro. Hey, let's talk about alligator Alcatraz. Brett Cooper, this chick is very popular. And yes, female Ben Shapiro is here to talk about. You guys are across the right-wing pipeline hard. I don't know who this person is. The comment section. Oh, man. All right, let's give it a crack.
And my name is Brett Cooper, and to all of my subscribers and people who watch these episodes regularly, I just want to say that today's video might feel a bit different, and that's because I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that you guys might share this video with some of your friends on the left who I'm sure are texting you or posting online. They're questioning why you voted the way you did, wondering if your friendship can survive this crisis, or hopefully, again, fingers crossed, this lands in the YouTube algorithm for people who are scared of a Trump presidency. They're wondering why on earth this 23-year-old woman would vote for Trump and vote against her rights, human rights, all of that. And today, I'm not even going to try to change your mind. Maybe I do, that'd be cool. But I just want to try and bridge the gap, maybe even share some of the joy and the unity that half of the country is feeling. Before we dive into this though, make sure that you like this video. If you've not already, please subscribe to the comment section channel. Maybe if you're a new viewer and you like it, you should stick around. And of course, ring that notification bell to stay up to date on all of our episodes. All right, so first of all, while I still have your attention at the top of this video, if you guys listen to nothing else in this episode, I just want you to know that you have already survived a Trump presidency. We've done that before. You lived through 2016 to 2020, just like we survived a Biden presidency. I mean, even though we kind of barely skated by considering the state of the economy and being on the brink of war, but Americans are resilient. It will be okay, even if this is not the outcome that you were expecting. And yes, losing sucks.
I don't know, it looks pretty fucking mental at the moment. Like, I get that call. It's just like, look, you just wait out the next 4 years and everything will be okay kind of thing. But like, there's some drastic shit that has changed. Marching troops into capital cities, like marching troops, picking people off the street with masked officers, like unidentifiable people that come in the middle of the night, or in the middle of the day actually, hang out at schools and just like take people's parents away, hang out in like the courts, like migration courts, and just like tear people away from their families. Like, this is some pretty unprecedented shit that we're seeing. Like, I would take that argument any day of the week. It's like, it's fucking just 4 years. Get over it. Just wait a little bit and you'll get another turn. But I don't know, man. There's some structural changes going on here. Structural changes. Well, my mate is in his late 40s in China, and we visited his father in China, and his family experienced stuff. Like the governor and the mayor of his city that produced grain lied about the amount of food that the province produced. So the food that was given to the state took food away from the mouths of that region. The officer just wanted to look good, and it caused people to suffer. Yeah, there's a lot of those types of stories that come out of communism, because you have to meet quotas from the state, and like the party wants to look good, and so your section, it's beholden on your section or province to meet its quotas and sometimes even exceed it, and then your member of the CCP who controls your province looks good because they've smashed their quota, but they smashed their quota by like basically taking it out of the hands of people that actually need that food to survive. And so, yeah, there was a lot of problems with that system, and they were all policy decisions with the intent of meeting some type of quota to make the system look good and justify its own existence. And yeah, that was fucking horrible. But like, let's not pretend that policy decisions aren't made all the time by politicians and bureaucrats that lead to the deaths of people all over the place. Again, I would say that, the anarchist in me is just like, yeah, that's what happens when you have the state. The state makes this stuff viable. It makes this stuff happen. It's a problem. She got drummed out of the Daily Wire for not following the Shapiro narrative. Ooh, she's a rebel, is she? I thought it was just because Ben's such a narcissist. He was starting to fall in love with her. Like, she's female Shapiro. The Daily Wire hired her best friend to take over her show. Brett Cooper, you survived one Trump presidency and he's being fascist as fuck. But it's okay. I'll be okay. Don't have to worry about it, though. It would be okay if you didn't listen to any of the rhetoric leading up to the election and his blatant admissions of wanting to go after his enemies and rule indefinitely. Remember, this is the last time you'll have to vote. Yeah, that was a scary, scary quote, wasn't it? Yeah, like, this is kind of unprecedented. What's happening here? This is not normal. I can't believe the thing he said about Portland as well. It's just like, yeah, I'm sending the troops in and they can use whatever force they want to. Go for it. Any force, like authorizing that. I don't know if, I'm hoping that's just empty Trump rhetoric as opposed to him actually believing in the idea that he's going to allow the armed forces to open fire on people. That's some next level shit, man. The Daily Wire screwed over this chick. Going down the Daily Wire rabbit hole is pretty entertaining. Oh, she always glosses over things. All right, let's watch her gloss.
I posted this on TikTok last night, but we literally have all been there. 2020 felt awful. It was literally terrible. It is so hard when you lose and the election feels so consequential like it has for the last 2 cycles. But I just want to remind you and say that under Trump, our money did go further. Our border was more secure. We had peace across the globe because world leaders respected him. They were intimidated by him and American power, which is objectively a very good thing. And millions of Americans, your friends, your neighbors, your parents, people you don't know, felt at ease because of this. And they voted because they want that feeling back again. And most importantly, and I have to say this because I've been seeing it all over my social media, especially from my lib friends, in Trump's first term, your rights were not taken away. And yes, we will get into specifics. We will talk about Roe v. Wade, all of that, but we were very free. And I genuinely think that we are going to get even freer in Trump's second term. And if you did have a terrible time starting
that one didn't age well, did it?
In 2016, I would very gently and genuinely kindly urge you to take a second and just look inward and evaluate whether that was really because of Trump and the things that he did to you, or because of what people told you about Trump and wanted you to believe. Because in my experience of being somebody who is on the right, but growing up in a very liberal city, working in Hollywood, being friends with like 95% liberals growing up, the pictures painted by Trump and then by the media have been vastly, vastly different. But I understand that you still have concerns, so let's talk about it. Let's dive in to all of these fears. Now, I've been seeing my friends on the other side lamenting, being genuinely scared, genuinely very concerned over their futures and their safety, and they continue to cite one big overarching issue: human rights. Everybody's talking about human rights, so women's rights, gay rights, minority rights, most specifically. So let's start with abortion, which was basically the issue of the 2024 election. I have to laugh a little bit, and this might ruffle some feathers, but this was kind of a non-issue in the 2024 election. Like, Kamala was VP for 4 years, Biden was president for 4 years, and they did not overturn the Dobbs decision. It is not possible. It is ridiculous for her to run on that issue and promise you guys that she will be able to fix the situation. I mean, that was like the backbone of her campaign, and it was for nothing. It was just to get everybody emotionally riled up. And on the other side of the aisle, regardless of what Democrats have said, Trump has reiterated time and time again that he will not sign a federal abortion ban. That is not what he wants. He got Roe v. Wade overturned because he believed that it should be the power of the states. And in fact, since Roe v. Wade was overturned, abortions have actually increased in this country. Access has increased in most states because of the abortion pill. Obviously, things in red states have changed, but you can freely travel if you need that care. And that is something that Trump believes in. Of course, this is, much to the dismay of many pro-life voters. Full transparency.
Right. You just travel to get an abortion. Lovely. I'm sure that works really well for people that can afford it. You can have freedom in bourgeois society. Remember that. You can have freedom if you can afford it. That's the main qualifier when it comes to bourgeois society. I'm not going to lie, political propaganda has been running wild for me since Zeitgeist and Occupy Wall Street, and I'm thoroughly entertained but deeply concerned. Zeitgeist. A lot of strong statements supported by a lot of weak evidence. Well, it's just look, I understand the glossing stuff now, but like the idea that it's just like, oh yeah, he just wanted to do it for the states. Fine. I understand the interesting American obsession with state autonomy. I understand it. I guess it's deep. It comes from their culture. But like, that's not really what this was about. This is a conservative value as opposed to a freedom value, which is like, let's allow the states to decide. But again, if you are okay, you're still free to have an abortion. Just go over state boundaries. Buy a plane ticket. Put yourself up in a hotel. Feed the economy. That's easy, isn't it? Like, I'm sure everybody who needs to have an abortion can just go put themselves up in another state for a while they figure that shit out. Like, it's just not that simple. I don't want to watch her. I'm sorry.
Look, it's good.
So I don't get this. Is this guy right wing or not? Like, or is he just makes jokes about right wing persons? Like, whatever this person's Shane Gillis.
It's good. I'm happy. It's nice. Everybody's back inside, all that shit. I don't know. I liked COVID. I had a nice time. I live in New York, so I left. I went back to my parents' house because I have white privilege. Some people didn't get to leave the city. I did because of my privilege. And I used it. You gotta use it. You know what I mean? Doesn't it feel more disrespectful to waste it? You know? What? Then we're all just being racist for nothing? But no, it's good. I went home. My parents, I haven't lived with them in over 10 years. They got old. They're old as fuck. They have milk, though. I'm back on milk. I've been fucking crushing milk lately. I got fucking milk fat this year. It's a weird time in life to have a milk renaissance. It's 33. But it was nice. I think my favorite part of the year was I got to watch my dad watch the news. It was a rough year for my dad and the news. He's a Fox News guy. It's fine. Also, I see you guys. Most of you have Fox News dads. How dare you deny your fathers? That's a good dad. I don't watch Fox, but that's a good Fox News mom? That's bad. You don't want a Fox News mom. That's a bad mom. She smokes in the house. But a Fox News dad, that's a good fucking dad. Can you imagine if you had a fucking MSNBC dad? Just some guy every night at dinner like, we need to start focusing on renewable energy. It's like, ew, dude, I didn't know dad was gay. Talking to me about solar panels like a fucking lady. He might have her straight as hell, dude. We fucking hate the environment. That's how straight we are. All we talk about is eating pussy and fracking. We hate nature. We go fishing. We don't even eat fish, dude. We just catch them and fucking... No, he's good. He likes Fox. He watches Fox. He watches it every night. Like every Fox News dad, my dad watches Fox every night until he can't. That's how long they watch. They watch every night until they get so angry they have to go to bed. My dad will watch for like 2 hours, and then out of nowhere, he'll just stand up and be like, fucking Mr. Potato Head's trans? I'm going to bed. This world's going to hell. He's all about it, dude. He loves it. Like every Fox News dad, my dad watches Fox with one goal. He's just trying to get one fact. That's all he's doing. He's sitting there, he's trying to retain one piece of information that he can then relay to whoever's unlucky enough to enter the living room while he's watching. And you'd think it'd be easy to get one fact, but every once in a while there's like a commercial for like a commemorative 9/11 gold coin. It just fucking wipes their hard drive. What was I watching? I gotta get one of those. I gotta get my hands on one of those patriotic coins.
So who is he? Is he? I don't get it. Is he right wing? I don't get it. Why is he in this pipeline? I wish Jerry was here to answer some of these questions. He's pretty center, to be honest. Okay, right. Edgy, so he has pissed off a lot of snowflake libs. Because he's edgy. Shane's a comedian, LOL. That is all. Okay, right. I say that while I listen to Shane and Stabby. I love Shane. He's even turned down the Riddith Comedy Fest when a ton of other big names went. Interesting. This feels like the pinnacle of white privilege. A white guy can get up and just say random shit in front of a crowd and call himself a comedian. Probably makes enough money from it too. Well, he's called it out as well. By the look of it, he's calling out his white privilege and saying he might as well use it. And then they fall asleep. You change the channel and they go, hey, I was watching that. Yeah, it's so good.
My dad drinks too, so he can never get a fact. Ever. You'll come in the living room, he's hammered watching the news every night, which is the wildest way to take in world politics. Like just hammered in a recliner, like, whoa. It's like footage of rocket attacks in Israel. He's like, whoa. What the hell are they doing over there? What's these guys' problem? But he can never get a fact. Like he tries. He uses Fox News as like a PowerPoint for what he's trying to say. Like everyone, like we'll be eating dinner and like Hannity will be saying something. He's like, see, that's what I meant. Look at that. That's me talking. I can't say it that good. He can never get a fact. He'll walk in the living room. He's been watching the news for 3 hours. He'll be like, all right, what's going on in the world? He's like, you want to know? I'll tell you. Fucking Nancy Pelosi's a bitch. It's like, all right. Settle down, dude. It's like, that was the news that's the news every night for my dad. They're just like breaking. Did you know Nancy Pelosi's a bitch? My dad's like, yeah. I had a feeling. But he likes everything they say he agrees with. He's all in. I realize like Fox News is basically black church for old white dudes. You know what I mean? Like literally everything they say, my dad just sits there like, mm-hmm. Yes, preach, Tucker. Every once in a while, he gets hit with the Holy Spirit while he's watching it. The Holy Ghost visits him. He's just like, oh, Lord, build a wall. Can I get a wall? He needs a wall. My dad needs a wall. For a guy who lives in central Pennsylvania, securing the southern border is like oddly important to him.
That's very
I don't know
good.
what he's worried about. Like he's gonna lose his job? You know? Like some guy from Honduras is gonna walk the whole way to Pennsylvania, just slam a resume down on my dad's boss's desk. So you're here for the sales position? Say quiet on. Also, I was just at the border of Arizona and Mexico. There's a wall. I had no idea. I got down there, I saw the wall. I was like, holy shit, he built it? They were like, no, it's been here. It's been here for like a century. I was like, oh, well, you gotta tell my dad. I'm fucking him up. He gets fired up every night. It's a crazy way to go to bed. Every night, just with his apnea mask on, fucking. Every night, just fucking caravan. Dude, you walk into the living room in my house right now, my dad, he'd hit you like, southern border's a mess right now. It's crazy.
Interesting. The southern border is a mess right now. You think this is bad, guys? Have you seen an episode of Kill Tony? Wait, what have I missed in the chat there? Like, honestly, if you want a right-wing comedian pipeline, just watch an episode of KT, okay? What a farce of a show. Not once has anyone killed Tony. Ollie Joe Prater, RIP from Michigan. Real comedy. Interesting. Fox News dads. Fox News dads. All right, what's this one? President Trump rails against DEI during speech to joint session of Congress. Oh, God. Hey? Not DEI.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill.
See, he's really sharp here. Really, really sharp. Maybe he is just reading off the teleprompter. Maybe he practiced this speech. And like this was a big one when he, addressed Congress. And he comes in triumphant after taking the mantle for the second time. But like when we were watching him during that military parade the other day, air traffic control, like how good was the execution on that? It was so crisp. That's good Trump. But like when we were watching him at that military parade the other day, he was fucking all over the place. He wasn't speaking that well. It wasn't that great. So like I don't know if it's just, maybe he's just tired after, being around fucking shit up for like 8 months now. Maybe he's just tired now. Or maybe he's just fucking getting old. He doesn't have the energy for this shit anymore. He's losing it. Maybe that's what's changed. Who knows? Maybe I'm being too critical. But he looks like that. That's good Trump right there. I'm invigorated by whatever the fuck he's talking about. I want to get behind it. Air traffic controllers. I want to be a fucking air traffic controller right now. My God. I've got a dream. All right, let's do this. I want to hear it again.
We believe that whether you are a doctor, an accountant, a lawyer, or an air traffic controller, you should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender. Very important. You should be hired based on merit. And the Supreme Court, in a brave and very powerful decision, has allowed us to do so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We have removed the poison of critical race theory from our public schools, and I signed an order making it the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
Look, again, Boebert got in because she gives good handies. I don't know who you're talking about. Who's that? Need a counter on this speech. He has his good day. So his good days are okay, but his bad days are really bad. Yeah, he's just old. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Oh yeah, he's losing it fast as Biden. We all just watched the same thing happen to Biden. We're lying if we don't acknowledge the same in Trump. Had a panic attack of losing popularity over Epstein. It's just taken a toll. Yeah, some things have happened, right? He's had to face some controversy and it's fucking aged him. Who doesn't like a good handy? That gets the loudest applause. Go the culture wars. Again, look, I think we spoke about this yesterday. I'm all for this, okay? Fuck DEI. Get rid of it. Get rid of the idea of picking people that is not based on merit. Get rid of it. I'm all for that shit. Don't pick people because of race. Don't pick people because of gender. Don't pick people because of their being margined by society. I'm all for that shit. But let's be fucking honest here. That's not how the world works. People get their positions, and it's usually the people that populate this fucking room right here. They get their positions because of nepotism and money. So don't act like society is just this latent meritocracy just waiting to be kind of unleashed. If it weren't for DEI policies and progressive cancel culture, get fucked. The society that you want to unlock through getting rid of DEI policies is the one where it's not what you know, it's who you know. And if you can afford to go through the system, they don't want any barriers to that system, the system of privilege through wealth and status. They want that to come back again. It's not a race privilege thing as much as it is a wealth and status privilege system. They want that. They want that back, baby. Jungle potatoes, exactly. Yeah, but Biden had Kamala behind the scenes to do all the work. DEI didn't earn it. I think Nathan is thinking Laura Loomer. Laura Boebert is a 30-year-old that looks 40 plus and was giving wristies to Trump on the sly when he was campaigning. Wow, there's a lot of conjecture about handies and wristies going on in the stream chat today. This is what happens when you go down the right-wing pipeline, apparently. We get into this territory. This is interesting. Yeah.
I was there. June 6th, 1944. D-Day. Yeah. I landed with the 29th Infantry Division in the first wave at Omaha Beach. Our job was to clear the way of obstacles for the DD tanks so we could punch through and get everyone the out of there. Well, we landed, and we were immediately hit by mortar and machine gun fire that tore us to pieces. I can still see it in my dreams. One thing that really stuck out to me in the early morning hours of June 6, 1944. I looked around at my brothers in arms and suddenly realized there was absolutely no trans representation. My best friend was lying there dead. His body was full of holes from an MG-42 machine gun up there on the hill. Biological male. Big surprise. 3 others from our platoon never made it out of the Higgins boat. Mortar round. Boom! Again. 3 more biological males. Our captain was decapitated by...
This is the absurdity of the culture wars. It manifests into stuff like this. As like people watch this and they're like, yeah, it is absurd, isn't it? Hey, all of this sort of stuff. Goddamn lefties. They're the worst. Let's hate on each other more. Oh my God. Fuck me dead. This has to be a parody. The music is so good. Yeah, look, I only knew because I just like to read the title, WW2 vet horrified by lack of trans representation on D-Day. See, this is the absurdity that comes out of the culture wars. You can't make a joke like this about class warfare because people will be like, that's not funny, man. You know, that like, there is a class war out there. Like, people are dying all the time. Or if there was a joke, then everyone would get it and everyone would appreciate it, at least on our side of the class system.
Another mortar round. Yeah, you guessed it. Another biological male. I am so ashamed in hindsight. This was the reality of America in 1944. Seriously? You mean to tell me they couldn't go out and find some trans man or trans women so as to make the largest amphibious invasion in history? You know, they didn't even try. In the trenches and on the hedgerows, you know, there was a lot of guy talk, talking about how much we miss the dames back home. And they say boys will be boys. But maybe they won't be. Maybe they'll be dames one day. I realize that now. I still wake up from the nightmares all those years later. And then I see in my waking hours the nightmare of Donald Trump and MAGA Republicans taking power in 2025. And I think, we haven't got the country we had when I was raised. That isn't what I fought for. No, sir.
Actually, it is ma'am.
Man? Really? You?
They couldn't help themselves. Eh?
This Father's Day, give Dad the gift of premium relaxation without the premium price tag. Introducing Luxury Smokes 5 Cigar Collection. A hand...
Oh, this is an actual ad. I don't know if that's actually... Oh, it's actually an ad. Oh, boo.
These are my old squad mates. You know, Lieutenant Rollins, cis white male. Captain Merrill, cis white male. Corporal Davies. You know, for a while, while we were marching through the hedgerows, he kept singing songs from Oklahoma. So we all thought he was a little light in his loafers, if you know what I mean. But no. Settled down with this gal when he got home. Had 11 kids.
11 kids.
Became an iron worker. So you just never know. But yeah. Cis white male.
You never know.
Oh, great.
You never know when they're cis white males. There it is. The D-type stuff is just the capital left trying to appear progressive. And unfortunately, left-wing culture has an over-importance on race and indigenous culture, making the rhetoric on the left divisive despite trying to be inclusive. Yeah, and that's the hypocrisy. They point to that all the time. They're just like, can't you see that, like, the more that you split people on ideological grounds or identity grounds, I guess you would say, that it's divisive, not inclusive, which is the point, is trying to include more people. But how do you include more people by, dividing them? It is a hypocritical thing, and it's hard to resolve those hypocrisies in ideology because it doesn't apply well in all circumstances. You have some good intentions, but then they end up being warped in some way. It's hard. But there's certain things that you can't, like, that are a little bit more robust than others. And I would say your economic standing is way more robust and it should be focused on. Because, yeah, other things are just, you know, philosophically riddled with inconsistencies And that just fuels the absurdity like this. And like, you know, we can all get down with this. I'm down with like having a good laugh, about certain things. But like, you know, and this stuff though, in the hands of someone who's like, oh my God, this is not just a joke. Like, this is serious. We need to battle against this type of stuff. You know, yeah, they never had this type of stuff back in the good old days, hey? But like, they probably did. There were probably people out there that, you know, just weren't able to express themselves. And these are the same people that will fight to death for freedom. But like, when people express themselves, it's a threat to conservative values. This is from Ninja Nurse. Christine Jorgensen. Jorgensen? I don't know. Was an American actress, singer, recording artist, and transgender activist, a trans woman. She was the first person to become widely known in the United States for having sex reassignment surgery. In 1944, Jorgensen was drafted by the U.S. Army during World War II after she served as a military clerical worker, attended several schools, worked, and pursued a photography career. Was she deployed? Publicity, later life. A clerical worker. There you go. It happens. All right, next.
You're comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. Were these blacks trying to go rob her? Happening all the time in urban America. Prowling blacks go around for fun to go target white people. That's a fact. Black crime is a major issue.
You see that? Racist. I find that when a father of young children is murdered, it's an excellent time for me to go on a rampage letting everyone know he's a racist.
I don't. People that misunderstand Charlie Kirk. When was this? 2 weeks ago. Ooh. Okay, so this is post Charlie Kirk being shot. There's some context for you.
Well, that's a fact. Black crime is a major issue.
You see that? Racist. I find that when a father of young children is murdered, it's an excellent time for me to go on a rampage letting everyone know he's a racist.
I don't think Charlie Kirk was a racist.
Well, apparently you haven't seen everything I've been posting. Black women do not have the processing power to be taken seriously. Charlie Kirk said that. It doesn't get any more racist than that. Well, people are saying he said that, which means he said it.
Let me see where he said that.
Yeah. Check this out.
I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot.
Pretty disgusting that he would say that about all black women, right?
He was saying that about 4 specific black women that were awarded opportunities based on their skin color rather than the merit.
What's the joke? What's the potato head thing? Why is he rubbing a potato head? There must be a reference. I heard someone reference that before as well. When people talking in real life about left-wing politics, it normally ends up with having to defend the stupid left with the cultural bullshit that I just don't feel is the most important. Yeah, like I don't think it should be the focus. That's the thing, right? There was no autism back in my day, said the clearly undiagnosed autistic boomer. That's hilarious. What's the fucking potato head thing? Is that it's like a reference to Mr. Potato Head or potato heads not having a gender or something like that, or being gender fluid? Is there something about that?
Of their achievements.
No, he thinks all black women don't have brain processing power.
You just showed a
Mr. Potato Head was part of the culture wars on Fox. Okay, right.
Short out of context.
All black women don't have brain processing power.
You just showed a short out of context clip. Have you seen the full clip?
No.
I have it right here. Take a look.
Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously. You had to go steal a white person's slot.
Yep, that's too many words to be.
Fair enough. If he thinks that they only got there because they were put there because of the color of their skin, then he's not wrong. That's kind of what the process was about. But then he also goes, but here's the dangerous assumption, that they took the position of a white person. Why does it have to be a white person? Couldn't it be another person? It could be anyone. Why make it a white versus black kind of thing? He's the culture warrior king. And I guess this guy, I get it. He's trying to make a point. All right, that he was taken out of context kind of thing. He wasn't really being racist. He was talking about 4 individuals, but he wasn't talking about just 4 individuals. He said it. He goes, they've taken the job of a white person. Wouldn't they, if you really cared about merits, wouldn't they have just taken the job of somebody who had the merit to be there, not particularly taking the job of a white person? He's the culture warrior king.
You had to go steal a white person's slot.
Yep, that's too many words to be taken seriously.
He was making an argument that it's not good to discriminate one way or the other based on the color of one's skin,
No,
which
he
happens
wasn't.
to be the.
He was pissed off that someone's taken the job of a white person potentially. That's what that is. I'm all for meritocracies. Let's bring him in. Fucking meritocracies. Let's go for it. I'd love to see a meritocracy. That'd be lovely. We are all MAGA now because of the quality of these videos. Yeah, well, obviously. We're well down the right-wing pipeline now.
Opposite of being racist.
No. In that one, he's saying Joy Reid, Michelle Obama, Sheila Jackson, and Kabaji Jackson are only in their positions of power because of affirmative action. And it's racist that he would say that.
No, he's saying that those women literally said that.
No. Those women would never say that.
Actually, if you watch it in even more full context, you'd see that Charlie Kirk then plays the clips of them saying it. You should watch. Here, take a look.
Play cut 52.
But I rise today as a clear recipient of affirmative action, and particularly in higher education. I may have been admitted on affirmative action, both in terms of being a woman and a woman of color.
Well, let me just be clear. I got into Harvard only because of affirmative action.
I think you get a clearer understanding of Kirk's thinking with the shorter out-of-context clips that I post on my Instagram. He just thinks those women are stupid because they're black.
No, he thinks those specific women are stupid based on the ideas that they express.
Give me a break. There is nothing stupid about Kabaji Jackson.
Well, watch this and you tell me.
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
I can't.
You can't?
Not in this context.
So you
I'm not a
believe the meaning
biologist.
of-
You think she's stupid because she's black.
Nope, I think she's just as stupid as these white women that gave the same answer.
What is a woman? I don't even know how to answer that.
You're saying these white women are stupid because you think they're black.
No, I'm saying Charlie Kirk was a smart guy who had the courage to take on any topic. So you have to listen to the full context of nuances in his conversations.
Nuance has no place in politics. Have you seen this one? It's game, set, match on him being a racist.
I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Tell me that's not racist.
Here's the full context clip.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now thinking about that.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry. If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality the left has created.
I mean, all I heard him saying is he hates black pilots.
He said that in a broader context of discussing destructive DEI policies that hire people like pilots because of their skin color rather than their abilities and qualifications as a pilot.
We shouldn't care if our pilots know how to fly planes. Like, don't be an ableist, right?
Hey, is this your computer?
Yeah.
I can see on your editing software you've had the full clips all this time, but you cut out the context and published just short, inflammatory sounding things to make Charlie Kirk look bad.
Well, Not.
Which is pretty much their entire shtick right here. They're taking small arguments from, left-wing people, libtards and snowflakes, and like taking the very small part of their argumentation and making fun of it. It's like the same thing that they're obviously upset about. They're doing the exact same thing. Yeah, I hate all these people. Why did they cut his sentence? The context doesn't improve that comment. It is his assumption that affirmative action means lowering of standards, not that it allows for raising of the standard due to high quality of individuals who haven't previously been considered. That's an interesting point. It's a very interesting point, actually.
On purpose.
That's a pretty despicable and disrespectful way of defaming a good man who was assassinated.
I'm going to tell you something right now. There is always more truth when things are out of context.
That can defame people on a side who are already more prone to committing violence.
I'll tell you who's violent, and it's your side. A recent study showed Republicans have committed 858 violent acts. That is a lot.
I saw that study too, and Democrats committed 21,765 violent acts. You gotta stop taking things out of context. You're being deliberately deceptive.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. Jimmy Kimmel's on. I gotta go. Oh, welcome, my friend, to exactly.
Jimmy Kimmel's on. I've gotta go. Oh, wait. Snap. That's savage. Hey, that's how you destroy the fucking snowflakes out there. Meritocracy. The same merit that Trump had before coming president. Eh? Yes, the only merit that I know is this type of merit. This reel needs some Michael Malice. Yes, Tom Woods, Richard Grove, that Michael Malice prick. God, I can't stand him. The way that he speaks, it's just... You can't take him seriously. Even if he's trying to make a good point, he just does it in a way that is so unauthentic. Like, he doesn't care at all. He's not trying to be civil. He's just trying to destroy whoever it is, whatever amorphous enemy he thinks he has out there, ideological opponent. He just, I just can't stand hearing him talk. There's another guy, something Murray, I think his name is. I think it's Murray. He goes around on the right wing circuit, I guess. Yeah, he's another uncompromising douchebag. He just sees the world the way that he wants to see it, and there doesn't seem to be any nuance in there at all. Uncompromising fuck. Like, the people that want to debate, fine, but there's the uncompromising ones, they piss me off. Oh fuck, it's Dave. Let's find out about Dave. I don't know who Dave is. Sometimes I can't stand Liberation Dave Smith, and he's never Trump bullshit, but often he's 100% spot on. Comedian Dave Smith talks about Charlie Kirk and the Democrats.
And what do you think? You think this is a victory? Like, for you? You think, oh, you took out a let me think this through here with all of my wisdom. I want to win a culture war. So what I did was I violently murdered the most high-profile moderate voice on the other side. Hey, geniuses, but summon all your wisdom together and tell me, do you think that is likely to calm things down, or might that lead to more radicalization? And what the fuck, these dumbass fucking lefties celebrating? Like, what exactly are you trying to start here, you fucking pussies? Like, Jesus Christ, man. I mean, go live your fucking weird lives and with your fucking pink hair and your 70 genders or whatever, but don't sit here and pretend you're ready for a fucking fight. Like, what are you doing? Do you know, it's like such a weird dynamic they have here, right? Where, like, broadly speaking in the country, there's like this culture war, right? And like the left wingers are almost always the ones who are out on the streets. you know, they're the ones protesting. I mean, yeah, you could point to January 6th, but it's like the one exception. It's the exception that proves the rule. But who is out in, you know, the Ferguson, Missouri, you know, protests and riots, or the Trayvon Martin protests and riots, or the George Floyd protests and riots, or there's the Pussy March, or there's the immigration march, or there's the campus activism over the last, you know, 15 years. It's like the leftists take to the street. They're the first ones to go, we're going to go out here and do a thing. It's much harder to get the right wingers out on the streets because they have families and jobs and church to go to. But
they have families, jobs, and church. That's why you can't get them out, because they're always at fucking church and they're helping with the economy and they're breeding. That's right. That's the difference between the left and the right. There's so many more people out on the left on the streets because they don't spend their time looking after their children. They got too much time on their hands. Yeah, what's the point? What's he going down? Like, where's he going with this one? That's what I want to know. Like, one, all right, you want to be violent? You don't know what you've started. You know, we're going to fight and we're going to win, like, kind of thing. This is the fucking culture wars. And again, if we buy into this stuff, then we miss the opportunity, which is the energy could be directed to something else. It could be directed to creating more circumstances for people to go to church, have kids, and have stable employment. We could fight for that shit. So then people won't be on the streets. Eh? Alex DeLarge. The left does have the least amount of children overall, no? Well, like, if there's so many of them on the street, they're coming from somewhere. Kind of a stupid excuse still, though. But, like, look, Alex, there are, like, objective facts, and there's just, like, you know, common sense kind of things. Like, is there some type of study that shows people with left-leaning inclinations have, like, less children, or have the least amount of children? Is there some type of study that shows that? Like, honestly, because that would be really interesting, actually, if you could, like, go down and look at someone's political inclination and see that as a group in the population, they actually have the least amount of children. Thank God for conservatives out there, or right-wing people, because they're populating the entire nation. There's plenty of studies that show that they have the least amount of children. Great. Going back to the previous video with the guy acting like a blue hair lib, I find it curious he didn't say the empathy quote was out of context. Sounded like he was trying to include all the context to suit the argument. Yeah, but that was the thing, like, the hypocrisy of his entire video was, like, he was really critical of the idea of people taking people out of context, but, like, he was making fun of all these snowflake liberal talking points completely void of their context. So it was like, it's good for comedy, that stuff, but, like, it does nothing to add substance. It just pulls people across, I guess. Just because Kirk was unalived doesn't make him a top bloke. Eh? Wasn't saying he's funny, just he probably puts comedian as his occupation. LOL. Yeah, I've seen that guy come up before, and, like, I haven't really liked his stuff. I don't think it's actually that intelligent, actually. Trashfire. He's as funny as a flat tax. There it is. Libertarian comedian who may have read Rothbard and Mises, making him the smartest of the Rogan tards, but still annoying to me. That's interesting. Yeah, but, like, this guy, I don't get the point that he's trying to make here.
But the right wing is so much tougher. So much tougher. Like, if this ever came down to a fight, the fight is right wingers mowing down gender studies majors. Like, what are we fucking talking about here? You ever see one of those videos where, like, Antifa would actually get into a fight? And then you'd realize that, like, it's actually really funny. I mean, like, it was kind of jarring and a little weird, but, like, there'd be all these videos where there'd be, like, you know, The black bloc guys, like 7 kids in hoodies with like one of them's got a pipe, and they got the masks on, so you're almost like, oh, these are like kind of tough looking guys. And then one of them swings like the girliest swing of a pipe and completely misses, and then a man punches him in the face, and you hear the guy go, hey, and you're like, oh, you're not tough, you're just like role playing as like, what do you guys think? But you're trying to provoke this other side who will annihilate you. And there are real deal militias in this country. There are real deal gun enthusiasts in this country. You do not want to pop shit off with them. Of course, we also have a giant police force and a giant military, which we all know is made up of left-wingers, right? It's all made up of trans activists in those organizations. Like, what are you guys thinking, man?
Ooh, that one was deep. That was deep in the culture wars, that one. Ooh, that was a bit hard, actually. My God. That was scary. Come on. We've got all the people that are really violent. So, like, do you really want to antagonize? Like, what are you trying to prove here? First, you started off saying you shouldn't have killed Charlie Kirk. That was unnecessary violence. And then your argumentation turns to, well, we've got the most violent people. And I can prove that because not only do we have private militias, but we have the police force that's been militarized and the actual military itself. So we're ready to go. If you want violence, let's do this. We can do it better than you. I thought that was the problem at the start of the video. It seemed to be the solution by the end of it. Interesting. What, like ones where Irish Republican kick the shit out of Nazis? PNAS 2020 GGSS shows people with more kids are more conservative on family value issues. With more kids are conservative. Their kids too. That's a study that you're citing there? It shows that people with more kids are more conservative on family value issues. Now let's have a look at this. Let's have a look-sees. Can you confirm if this is some type of formal study? And what are the main findings from this study? Here is the reference. I looked for PNAS 2020, the study matching the claim, and didn't find anything credible that matches that description. I would have found PNAS GSS context has many studies that uses general social survey data. Okay. One PNAS article mentions have any of these studies or general social surveys done anything to do with the amounts of children conceived by people with conservative family values versus those who do not have conservative family values? Yes, several studies and analyses, including work that uses the general social survey, have directly examined family size, fertility by people with family values or conservative attitudes, and generally find that people who hold more conservative values and who are more religious, less educated, tend to have more children on average. Okay. So, like, does that mean here that someone who's more conservative on family values is more religious and is less educated is right wing? Is that your claim, Alex? That someone of these with these traits who is less educated, more religious, and has conservative family values is right wing, and then someone who is more educated, less religious, and has less of a focus on family values is left wing. That's the distinction here. I could search it up. I think the Mormons and the Amish have the highest birth rates among identified groups. So are Mormons and Amish all right wing? Is that the point that you're trying to make? Because I think the point that I'm trying to make is it's kind of hard to say to lump everyone in one neat category as either being left or right on particular issues, right? A widely cited PNS paper uses general social survey data shows that higher fertility individuals and their children are more conservative on family values and issues, especially abortion and same-sex marriage. The authors estimate that differential fertility has measurably increased public support for conservative family policy positions. Other demography and policy researchers have reached the similar conclusions. Conservatives, especially more religious groups, often have higher fertility than liberals or the non-religious, a pattern that can shape the political and cultural balance over generations. So how do all these lefties get out onto the street if like they've got low fertility rates? They shouldn't exist, really. They shouldn't exist at all. Large survey organizations report systematic differences in the number of children between child rearing practices across religious and ideological groups. Mechanisms, religiosity, I didn't even know that was a word, education level, denominational differences and cultural preferences for larger families explain much of the association. Not just politics alone. Political ideology is correlated with religion and education. Disentangling which factor causes fertility differences is methodologically tricky. God, that was a mouthful. Many authors argue religion and education are major drivers in the political link. Yes, reputable studies have examined how family size correlates with conservative family values, and generally find conservatives / more religious people have more children on average. And generally find conservatives more religious, have that differential fertility is small in any single year, but can shift population attitudes modestly across generations. Well, no, I'm not saying all, obviously, but the vast majority of them, because it's a perceptive basis. You're only looking at a highly concentrated group in a city compared to all rural areas surrounding these areas. Gotta go. Have a good stream. Thank you very much for hanging around. Hope you've enjoyed the right-wing pipeline. The left doctrine and right-wing kids when they go to uni. Sorry, the left indoctrinate the right-wing kids when they go to uni. Hence the young kids hitting the streets. Left indoctrination, no jobs, on mummy and daddy's dime. Heavy calls there. Muslims are generally conservative and they pump out the kids. And are Muslims all right-wing then? That's funny. So you start to see the hypocrisy in the culture wars coming out straight away, don't you? My heavily religious friends have massive families. Oh, are you on YouTube now? And so they're all right-wing by default because they're religious. I think there's some problematic assumptions there that highlight the culture wars, really, which has kind of been the theme, I guess, of today. All right, I'm tired. We've gone through a lot, and like we're not even really halfway down the list, I would say. Jerry Poppins has curated a fantastic list, but like I can't do it anymore. I'm very tired of watching this stuff. So like we can continue this, and we might have to do another Far Right Fridays, because the alliteration on that works really well for me. I like it. And so like we'll continue with that vein. So if you are, interested in hanging out, we're going to be doing afters now. And the afters, I'm going to be doing some Rome Total War gameplay, and we'll talk about some stuff, do some more philosophical discussions. Kudos to Jerry for the content. Very entertaining. Yes. Kudos to Jerry Poppins. Thank you for curating this playlist. I'm not sure if you've been lurking today because you've been working, or if you've just missed out completely. But if you get a chance to look over this, thank you. Thanks for curating today's. It's been interesting. Yeah, we'll do a part 2 for sure. I'll keep saying it, but I didn't come to the left through Marx, but through Christ. Fuck everyone's assumptions. Oh, there you go. There you go. Well, apparently you are right wing because you came through Christ. So you get lumped as a right winger, man. So welcome to the culture wars. Another victim to indoctrination. Nice. Yeah, thanks, Jerry. It's been interesting. It's been very interesting. And, it is just culture wars, isn't it? So, yeah, thanks for everyone who's been interacting. Cheese Swiss, Ninja Nurse. I know you just left. 4AS, Jungle Potatoes, Voltateur, Jag. Who else have I missed here? I know there are others. Larp Jeff. I know you're always doing the roll call early. Wings of Cheese was in the house for a little bit. Thank you. Just here to watch a trash fire. I'm sorry if I've missed anyone. I can't go back through my whole chat for some reason. And Dr. Nathan, I'm pretty sure I got you there. Dilemmas. Yeah, thank you for everyone. And yeah, like I said, we're going to be hanging out for the afters. So, if you want to hang around for a conversation, we might go pick through the ask and answer section in Discord again. Obviously, all religious people aren't right wing, but the vast majority are, especially Christians. That's interesting. I guess from an American perspective. But I would challenge that outside of the US, I guess. But yes, if you want to hang around, we'll be doing the afters. We're going to have a quick break, and then I will see you more. If you're taking off now, enjoy your weekend. And I hope that Capital cannot touch you over the weekend. You have earned it. You've earned some time off. Go and enjoy your freedom while you can, before society devolves into something else and they put more oppressive measures on us working people and then make us, work 7 days a week or some bullshit like that. It's hard to have a lot of hope for where society is going at the moment. So enjoy your weekends and your free time while you got it. If you're going to stick around, keep the chat going. We will be right back. All right, let's do this. Oh man, Avalava in the stream chat. I missed you again. Yo, what's up? What nonsense have I missed so far? Avalava, we have just been down the right wing pipeline, and there was some crazy stuff. And it was all courtesy of Jerry Poppins, can I just say? All courtesy of Jerry Poppins. He curated a massive right wing playlist for us. I don't even think we got halfway through it. He had us like 76 videos in there, and it's doom scroll stuff too. It's not like constantly like large pieces of propaganda, like 10-minute videos. They're like, some of them are like 45 seconds long, and like it was very interesting insight, man. Very interesting insight, I must say. All culture wars, like not real basis outside of the culture wars. I didn't see much of people complaining about like how shit living standards are now, or how like we can't get work, or how, I don't know, they feel like the system isn't doing them well. It's all just like, you know, these people are bad, and like there's a war going on, and which side of the battle are you going to be on? Like, you know, are you going to be on the right side of history? It's all that type of culture wars nonsense. And like, you know, did you know that these people, like this one person that they were looking at, this chick who doesn't even identify as being human, and they were kind of laughing at it's just mega culture war stuff. I guess that's probably how Poppins meant it to be curated, though, like finding the best parts of the culture war stuff. That sounds like the kind of pipeline that should be invaded by Russians in a sneak attack against fascists. Huh? Hey, that's the only type of pipeline I want to see. So when we go after the fascists and their energy sources, that's hilarious. All right, I'm gonna start this. Let me turn it down so it doesn't blast you. Taking a wee and throwing some communism in the microwave. What the fuck? What's the communism in the microwave thing? Nah, don't hate to play ahead again. Nah, I'm joking. Do what you need to do to improve your conditions. Some taxes go towards social programs like welfare, which is redistribution of capital. Mystery, are you European? Is that because of my accent? Is that why you're asking? I'm not European. Have a guess at my accent, though, if that's why you're asking. Have a guess. I was called Kiwi before, and that offends people like Voltator. I'm sure it does. The first video we watched. You want to pull MAGA out of the right and to the left. This is how. Oh, the first video we watched, but I used the millennial method instead of the over. The oven. All right, let me see if I can change these settings. Oven, yeah, sorry. Hey, I don't get offended easily. Yeah, but like calling me a Kiwi with this accent? Come on. I'm offending Kiwis, I'm sure. I didn't even know what the fucking beehive was. I had to ask you. That must be offensive. I'm brushing up on my Kiwi culture, though, let me just say. Miss Reed, no, you said you thought things would be different outside of the US. So I thought you meant Europe. Oh, right, yeah. No, I'm from Australia. And the working, I guess you would say, yeah, our version of a workers' party, which is our left-wing party, so it's called the Labour Party. Like that was founded, I'm pretty sure, pretty hardcore in like Catholicism and stuff like that. I wouldn't say that it's unequivocally. Oh, what the fuck? Did that just happen? Yeah, I wouldn't say it's unequivocally religious people are right-wing, or majoritively right-wing. A lot of left-wing institutions, actually. Why is that happening? Don't be a dog, bro. Alright, fine. Why is that happening? Quit. Fuck you. My Rome's plan up. It's bullshit. Left-wing Catholics and Anglicans are a big thing in Oz. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the workers' movement would have been populated hardcore by Catholics and Anglicans and stuff like that. We also had the Catholic Mafia. There are different kinds of Kiwi culture, like the rural Maori Auckland cultures, are very different. So you got your city Aucklanders, and then your rural Kiwis. It's funny, actually, you know, because like via accent, Australia's got a very standardized accent. Like geographics and stuff like that don't really make much of a difference, I reckon. Like the accent is kind of consistent everywhere. It's kind of funny actually how it's worked out like that. They're called Jaffas in NZ, just an Aucklander, because Auckland is like another country at times. Right, is that where all the bougie types are? Hey, those stupid inner city types. They're the worst. Why can't I quit it? Let me quit it, bro. Maybe I have to shut down Steam. I hate how I was doing this. Seriously. Alright, there we go. Mystery, yes, but when was it founded and who mostly supports it now? The left-wing party in America was founded by religious people, but that's because over 90% of America used to be religious. Right, right. I see what you're saying. Again, I don't know if it's that cut and dry. Like our Labour Party here, I would say a lot of the people that vote for them are like come from various sectors in Australia. And so I wouldn't say that they're majoritively atheist or secular, if that's what you mean. I wouldn't say that at all. Just in the sense that we have mandatory voting in Australia. And so everybody votes. And so if there are religious people out there, they would probably be spread across the spectrum, because even our Conservative Party, like they're not wholly conservative in the sense that they might be economically conservative, but they're not always socially conservative. They support things like gay marriage, depending on what faction in the party, I guess. So like, it's not that cut and dry is all I'm saying. And like, I think someone else raised it before. There's a lot of Muslims that would be voting, and they would be religiously conservative, but they would vote for potentially left-wing parties and stuff like that, like the Labour Party. There's a big section of Labour Party voters in cities and stuff like that that come from Muslim backgrounds. But then there also would be, I guess, our right-wing party or our Conservative Party is called the Liberals. They would be Liberal voters if they're in business. So it's kind of hard to say. I take your point, though, that people that enjoy family values, so like believe in family values, would have more children. That makes sense. But like a broad overarching statement that like all right-wing people have more babies than all left-wing people or something like that, I don't know about that. But yeah, if you have family values and you believe in family, you're going to have children. So like, yeah, I agree with that. And I think that's actually what the study said. It was actually about that. About like, if you have family values, you have more kids. That makes total sense to me. That makes total sense to me. If you value families, you'll have more kids. I get it. All right, let's see if I can fix this screen. This is pissing me off. It's taking too long. This is pissing me off. But yeah, assuming everyone that has family values is right-wing, that's the assumption I'm questioning. If you're wondering where I'm going with this. Alex. How did you find this stream, Alex, as well? Might I ask? Where are you coming from? Are you a YouTube person or a Twitch person? You're a... Oh, you're a YouTube person. When you say you reckon, as it did give away your Aussie. Ha. Yeah, funny. I didn't say all. Again, I said most. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I got that. I don't want no stinky kids. Keep those shits away from me. Yeah, fair enough. Tell us what you really think. City boy. You urbanite, you. Cosmopolitan, that's what I should say. Yeah, once were warriors really shows off the poverty and the negative culture that developed for the indigenous that stem from stolen land, children, and racist laws of the past. I haven't seen Once We Were Warriors. I think I should. It seems to be like seminal stuff. Like Australians talk about that movie all the time. Alex, you're in for a wild ride. You're about to experience what it's like to come from a country where political liberal is seen as a conservative, and what it's like to have a workers' party, as flawed as it may be. Yeah, but it is strange, right, to have a party that were founded on those values and it's like kind of stuck to them as well. Because like the British have it, but like I wouldn't say the British Labour Party is anywhere near like the scale or the effectiveness, let's say, of the Australian Labour Party. They seem to be pretty bougie, if that makes sense. They're fucking bougie, man. Jag. I don't want no stinking kids. Keep those shits away from me. Jag. Come on. Hey? You're not religious too, are you, Jag? I want you to be the exception to Alex's rule over here. Tell me that you're a born-again Christian. I hate religion. I said I want you to help be my exception to the rule. You're not helping. You're not helping. Oh my god. All right, I'm going to check out the... I've got this set up now. Let's check out the hot takes and bold statements. I didn't get to this yesterday. Here it is. There was some sick ones that I've read in here as well, and I haven't even been paying attention to this shit. This one from like the 13th of September. That was like a month ago now. Indoctrination. Let's see if this one aged well. Prediction / hot take. You are all going to have to explain groypers or dank memers to a boomer or Gen X this week. Holy shit. I don't know if it happened that week, Indoctrination, but I did have to explain what a groyper was to a Gen X person following the Charlie Kirk shooting. 100%. That hot take came true. Did that happen for anyone else too? Hey? Did that happen to anyone else too? I definitely had to explain that to a Gen Xer. Literally after Charlie Kirk got shot. Yep. Yep. I didn't know what a groper was, but after I found out, I graciously, as the evil and dirty commie that I am, I had the ability, they had the need, and I told them what a groper was, as the dirty fucking commie that I am. Hey? Each according to their need, to their ability, sorry. Definitely did that. Imagine getting is this a take? Oh, whoa. Oh my god, this is just a take, I guess. Imagine getting shot by a bullet that says, oh, whoa. By a dude that says bye to his friends at night by telling them he's EP. Might just pull the trigger myself. Oh my god. Avalava, I get the feeling that PNG and Vanuatu are next on the suddenly annoyed and by corruption list, and we'll have some colorful protests. Interesting. You know who's next on the list? It seems like, I wonder what Brian has to say about this, Avalava. Madagascar's having some hardcore protests at the moment. I'm pretty sure it's Madagascar and Morocco. I wonder if there's some color revolutions going on there. And there are all these Gen Z protests that are happening too. They're all flying the flag of One Piece. Pious Jackbot. So that's Ollie Atlas. Here's a take, I guess. Capitalism can survive and or thrive in a society with no state and or no money. Oh, I guess that's a question, actually. from pies. Or maybe it's a hot take. I don't think capitalism can survive without the state. I think capitalism needs the state to regulate the market to a certain extent, or provide for things that the market doesn't provide for because it's not profitable. So it fills in the gaps. And like no money, like I don't know. I don't think so. Because how do you circulate commodities? Because Marx talks about this interesting idea that surplus value, so the extra stuff that is made in the value making process by the workers, actually only is realized. Like surplus value means nothing, but like it's only realized once you convert it into money. So you can only ever know if you've got surplus value if you convert whatever they make into money, or else it just sits there. It's just extra stuff that's never turned into money. Ninja Nurse. Oh, this is a hot take. I wonder if Ninja Nurse is still here. Probably not. I have a confession. I have a sock puppet account on Instagram. I go on to Peter Credlin and Pauline Hanson's post and praise them for being strong and powerful trans women. That's hilarious. Oh my God. It also makes me feel like a big man. Oh my God. I was right. I know I was. Yeah, you were right. Fuck me, Dad. You were right. All right. I get it. Aussie Labour have been around for the whole time of the government. In the UK, there were many parties before the Workers' Party. That's a really good point. Right? They're all Whigs and Conservatives well before the Workers' Party came around. Yeah, that's because they vote for Tuesday and it's not compulsory, isn't it? So they're only the old geezers vote. Yeah, it's not compulsory. Pray along, bro. I didn't even know what a groper was. Wait. Nobody asked me what a groper was. Thank fuck. Man Carrying Things has a video that shows us what would be like if anyone did. Madagascar should have become Israel and saved us a lot of trouble. What does that mean, Dilemmas? Who else is going to bail out capitalism when it destroys itself? Yeah, I know. Who's going to print out the money that needs to be there to bail out the banks, right? And like, you know, the major airlines and stuff like that. Like, who's going to bail these pricks out? Honestly, that Bullet and EP take is still fire, if I don't say so myself. Do you watch Peacemaker? The latest episode just came out. I don't know what Peacemaker is, no. Now Reform are going to win the next election. Do you honestly think that they will? Apparently they didn't even really get votes last time. Like they were popular, but like that popularity didn't translate into them actually getting seats. Is that right? I don't know if that's true or not. Or like they expected to get heaps of seats, but they hardly got anything of what they thought was coming to them, if that makes any sense. There's 3 armies. I can't fight 3 armies. I tried to do this battle the other day, right? And it's not my computer. I think it's just an old game. And they were like, I was going to take on 3 armies at once, and the game just couldn't handle it. It was just way too laggy. So I wonder if it's the game. It's definitely not my lappy. My lappy's fine. Let's see if there's any other hot takes here. Do you remember how Scott Morrison pulled out of the submarine deal with France and then ended the deal with AUKUS, with the UK and America, and called it AUKUS? Yes, I do remember that. Is Ninja Nurse still here? Probably not, I guess. We're taking up Ninja Nurse's hot takes. I might save that for when they're here. Come on, hurry up. Okay, so has anyone else noticed that he is now an advisor to the US industrial military complex? Yes. And like we saw footage of Scott Morrison over there when they were doing their China inquiry about how evil China's going to come and kill all the Americans and stuff like that. And they're, I don't know, involved in espionage and subversion on American soil, and he was over there in front of a committee answering as like, oh, as the ex-prime minister of Australia kind of thing, I know firsthand what it's like to deal with China and their evil tactics. So yeah, Scott Morrison is He's ingrained. That's how it works, right? You get these big, powerful positions in politics, and then you go and work for some lobby group or corporation, sit on a board somewhere. Bastards. I get the feeling, oh, this is a follow-up to your PNG one. Yeah, that was when they were possibly going to deny Australia's security agreement. And then, yeah, they kicked out China instead, but they've since capitulated. So there will be another fob for the US military. I hope there's a double meaning of fob going on there. We used to call islanders fobs back in the day. Let's check out the stream chat. Oh, this is man carrying thing, is it? You can do it, mystery. Soldier of 3 Army. What's this? Sabaton. Oh, by the way, there's still a single boat from the flotilla sailing to Gaza. They were sneaky. They have Starlink, so they are streaming. Yeah, the accent is mostly consistent. I think it's because our population is relatively small, but when you go into the rural areas, it's much stronger. Yeah. Oh, I can't believe there's still people in the flotilla. Did you say there's one? I thought they had like 40 ships or something, and the Israelis intercepted all of them. FOB, forward operation base, not an islander. Though that kind of does work too. Yeah, we used to say FOBs back in the day, fresh off the boat. You can do it, mystery. What am I doing? What is this? All right, so first we're going to do this one. Let me see what this is. Man carrying thing. This sometimes comes up in my feed, this dude. And I wonder if it's because of all of you. We're all like contagion stuff. And our algorithms are converging. Let's have a look at what this guy's saying.
Hey man, it's been a really dark week. Yeah, it's just...
Let me turn it up. Sorry.
Hey man, it's been a really dark week. Yeah. It's just so divisive and scary, and everything's getting worse so fast. I know. I just don't understand this country anymore. Can I ask you something? Yeah. You're online, right? Yeah, I mean it's all relative. You're a young, isolated, lonely, online guy. We're the same age. Yeah, but you're very online. What's your point? What is a groiper? Right. When a person writes OWO, like, how do you pronounce that? What does that mean? We live in the dumbest timeline. Like, if I were to use that in a sentence. Are these things that you saw in the news? Yeah, I can afford Netflix and cable. You're a normal guy. You have a good job and a family. Sure. You don't need to know all this. Oh. Okay. Thank you.
That's fucking hilarious. You don't need to worry about that, man. You've got a family. You're a normal guy. You don't need to worry about, oh, whoa. Yeah, just one single boat steaming to the Gaza coast. You go, girl. Hey, keep on steaming. What's this? Is this a game? Soldier of 3 Armies. Oh, this is music. This sounds like Gil Duran's introduction video when we watch his shit about the tech bros and the Antichrist and stuff. Well, I can't fight the 3 Army battle. I was so disappointed by that. Am I going to get hit up with copyright and this video get taken down if I play this? You know what? Let's roll the dice on that one. Let's listen to this. It sounds good already.
an iron cross, a bronze star, purple heart, one distinguished flying cross. Shout, loud, return his name, a soldier of the armies knows the game, gives the echo from the past. Rise from beyond your grave, son of Finland and the green beret, may you rest in peace at last. Lauri Alanturni.
Savage. Very nice. There it is. Alright, let's have a look at this one. I don't think it's like a figure of speech. It's steaming on a head. It's not actually a steamboat. I'm pretty sure. The last vessel. There it is. The last vessel. She made it. No, she hasn't made it. It's the last vessel. Oh, no way. I guess I could open it up, actually. Oh, no, I can't. That sucks. Have it on the side there. Keep an eye on it. So we can monitor it while I kill some Romans. Sabaton do a lot of metal that's based in historic battles and wars. Yeah, okay, nice.
Those overly proud Romans.
Those overly proud Romans. I like the odds on this one. They said that I was going to lose this battle. I don't think so. Weren't they only 15 hours away like 2 days ago? Thank you. I said that yesterday as well. Everyone was like, yeah, they're like 15 hours away. These guys take a long time to traverse. These guys must have been right on the end. Sneaky, but like, yeah, right on the end of the battlefield, apparently. Alright. See what we can do here. Alright, what are we dealing with? Heaps of military. They got archers. There's some dogs. They got no cavalry. Huh. You guys are fucked. Got you now. Yeah, but did you see the Mykonos get 10 Ks from the shore? Like, they made it to Gaza Waters. These guys, the guy had engine troubles a few days ago, so struggled to catch up. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was wondering why it was taking them so long to get there. That makes more sense. Engine troubles? I can buy that. Engine troubles makes sense. So who's hanging out for the afters today? Who we got? Jag's in the house, and Dr. Nathan. I'm just here to watch a trash file. Okay, so they're advancing on me. Fair enough. All right, let's take something else from the last location for the Mykonos was yesterday afternoon. It's not literally a steamboat. That would be pretty sick, but also antithetical to the ecological values. All right, anything else in hot takes that I've missed? Nah, I think I got everything in hot takes. Unless we go way back. What about ask or answer? Do we have everything else in there? Where do we go from yesterday? Voltateur asks, what point under a social economic system does currency, e.g. USD, become unnecessary? How would workplace meetings work under socialism? How would the courts work under socialism? These are really interesting questions, Ollie Atlas. I wish I had answers for you. How do you think work meetings would work under socialism? More democratically, I'm assuming. If people own the means of production. They should be more democratic, I'm guessing. Right? You would hope they're more democratic. It's hard to say, isn't it? Has anyone actually got an idea on that and like how the courts would work under socialism? It's a good thought experiment. So how do you know? Does anyone actually know then how far away this last ship, the Miniko, is from its final destination? And so it didn't get intercepted because it was able to sneak away from the IDF somehow? Def to the IDF? Wonder how they managed that. Have you heard of Andrew Ism's YouTube channel? No. I think work meetings would be similar to today, but they wouldn't be planning around the board and the CEO directives. Yeah, I guess so. It's an interesting question because like Ollie Atlas has asked questions like this that me and 4AS have turned into podcast episodes. And like the position that I've always taken, it's really actually hard to kind of understand without actually getting to a new mode of production how these things will eventuate. But I'm assuming based on the socialist ethos, right, which is the workers' control of the means of production, if you had people that were democratically, like look at Democracy for Work, it's in the name. I'm pretty sure they're a socialist outfit, and so they believe in democracy in the economy. And so, yeah, the workplace meetings would be way more democratic. But like, would that just mean it's always direct democracy where everybody gets a say on everyone issue all the time? Or would it be like democracy, like, and then therefore would it be some type of consensus democracy as well, where like you can't actually move forward unless everyone agrees to something, which is incredibly difficult to organize unless everyone is actually just playing fair and they don't get involved in like ideological battles and stuff like that. It's hard to regulate that sometimes because yeah, people just take the piss. But like, if it's not consensus, then so that's okay. It's not all comes down to consensus. You don't have to have everyone agree on every decision, but it's direct because everybody gets a vote. Do you have some type of delegate system that like people have now, where they kind of vote for people to join to represent them in the unions and all that sort of stuff? It's an interesting thought experiment, if nothing else. It could be done in so many different ways. I guess it would depend on the workplace itself and like how large the institution is or how large the economy is that you're working with. Like if you're in like something like the Teamsters Union, as riddled they are with other problems, corruption matters and stuff like that. Yeah, if you're in something like the Teamsters, that's a huge outfit. That's a huge organization. Like, could you have room for consensus and direct democracy in a union of that scale? I guess it really depends on the workplace. But yeah, way more democratic, let's just say, than having all the decisions come down from on high, from the board of directors, right?
General flees. Press forward so the spirit of his army is broken too.
Using a tech example, would you assume we don't have product managers thinking of ideas? SW engineers thinking, software engineers thinking about how to implement, program managers leading execution, etc. I think those roles still make sense even in the socialist world. I think it's important to have like groups and like people that are leading conversations and like leading, like that's still necessary, I think. In whatever socialist world you have, like you still need leaders, you still need people that can work in groups, like all that sort of stuff. I agree. You'll need project managers, project leads, like all that sort of stuff will still exist. It's just once decision making needs to be done on how to manage a project from its outset or at critical points and critical stages, I think there will be people that are involved in that from the outset, like in terms of making the decision, okay, this is the direction that we're going to go in. So like big corporate-wide decisions or organizational-wide decisions should be voted on by everybody. Like everyone's got a say in it kind of thing. And then once they start working things out, like, you know, you need people to have some consistency. So it can't be like every time you make a minute decision, you get everyone together to vote on it or something like that. I don't think that functionally would work very well. But like, you know, we'll never know until we get to that type of economy, because like I reckon that, like, the world of what a socialist economy would look like would be so different anyway, like in terms of what an organization would be producing, like how much time they even spend at work. Could you imagine in like some type of socialist world if we ever get to it, where workers do own the means of production and they vote to, like, I don't know, only work like 2 days a week, like invert the weekend system. So like 5 days a week is weekend and 2 days a week you're involved somehow productively in the economy. So like you can add value to society or something like that. Like maybe people don't even care about how the organization makes decisions, because like they're only there 2 days a week. They don't really give a shit. It's not too taxing. They're way more relaxed about it. They may want people to lead them and tell them what to do as an organization, because like, hey, it's way more relaxed. Anyway, it's not such a big deal. I don't spend all of my life at work. But like at the moment, most people spend like so much of their lives at work. It's so important. It's basically like people live two lives. They live their life when they're with their colleagues and people that they produce value with. And then they have a life outside of that. They live double lives. And so it's like really important to get that balance right.
general with fear. Now he flees the field like a coward. The enemy general is slain, and now his men...
You know what? I hear you. Okay, I hear you. How the hell would manufacturing survive with only a 2-day working week? I think a lot of, which is fair enough, but like a lot of the ideas of like kind of socialism or communism came from a time where like capitalism was experiencing an industrial revolution. And for the first time in human history, people were like, oh my God, technology is amazing. And technology might be the thing that liberates us. And so there was all of this hope for the future that technology would actually liberate people from work, as opposed to be the thing that actually continues them to be squeezed more and more. And so in a socialist, society, hypothetically, again, you would actually have people using technology not to just produce more shit for profit or produce stuff just for profit. Maybe it's not more shit, just producing stuff for profit. They would actually produce technology that liberates working people. That means, I only have to work so much. And so we develop technology that allows people to have more free time, or allows them to actually produce more with the time that they're using. Like, imagine if the goal of AI at the moment was actually to really not make people more productive, so some CEO somewhere can decide whether or not to cut workers from the organization, but it was actually designed to make people's jobs really actually easier. And so like, instead of firing people because you only need half as many people to do the work now, you actually keep the same amount of people with AI and they do half as much work. So like you could figure that out, but like that would only come if like workers control the decisions in that organization. If like the people that, you know, run businesses just to profit off them continue to control the economy, they'll only make the decision to be like, oh wow, great, I've got this new technology. Well then like I can just do the same shit with half the amount of workers. Let's just fire all of them. But if you didn't fire all of the workers, you kept them so they can continue to contribute to the economy and get paid and keep the economy going, then they just did half as much shit as they used to do before. And like if they only have to do half the shit, maybe they only need half the days at work, then that would be a different type of modeling your economy. So it's all, look, this is all thought experiment stuff, but it would be completely different, and it's all predicated or largely predicated on technology and how you manage the technology you've got. But the promise of capitalism was always that. It was like it produces really productive technology and industry. And the industry can be automated in a way that makes life easier for working people, as opposed to being like, oh, well, now, you know, instead of needing 10 people to do that job, it can all be done by one person. And like we'll fire 9 people and they can work, you know, 10-hour days, 5 days a week or something like that. To maximize employment, it would make sense that more people could do fewer hours rather than fewer people working maximum hours and a percentage of the population being completely out of work. Yeah, I think if socialists got together or workers got together, they'd be like, let's work less and just have full employment. You can only produce so many kilos of a product per hour. We will be getting a brand new machine from China, and that will still only maybe make about 300 to 400 kilos per hour. A machine that costs 400 an hour in power just to heat up kit alone, to run, let alone run. So like, what are you saying though? What's the conversion of that? Is this thing producing more stuff now than currently what it could get away with before? Oh, that's where they are. Let's fight these bastards. Oh. We lost a ship. Damn. Never happened before. Yeah, you're producing more stuff with this new fancy machine. Because like I think what me and Jag are actually both talking about is if this machine is more productive in a capitalist setting, potentially, it doesn't always have to work like this. The person who owns the business has just bought the machine might just be like, well, fuck, I don't need to have as many workers now. See you later. The machines were that we have a 40-year-old make the same kilos per hour. Manufacturing can't survive on 2-day working week. But like, they make the same. So they were just old, so they were replaced for that. Okay, fine. There's no change in productivity. Like what I'm speaking about is in a situation where you concentrate on making technology that's more productive. You can make a choice about whether you need less workers now or you keep the same amount of workers and like they just don't have to work as much. Because you can get more output in a less amount of time because it's more productive. You don't have to change your bottom line. You're still producing the same shit. You just need people around less now. Instead of an 8-hour day, maybe they do a 6-hour day. Instead of maybe do a 5-day week, they do 8 hours in 4 days instead. They justifies a 3-day weekend. But like that sort of stuff doesn't just fall out of the sky. Someone has a plan for that sort of shit, if you know what I mean. It ain't just fall out of the sky, man. And like workers, if they control the decision making in the workplace, would probably vote. Probably, again, it's all speculation here. Would probably vote towards something like, hey, do we increase our weekend or do we like increase profits? They may value more increasing their weekend or something like that. But like capitalists or people that need to profit, it's not a value thing. They need to make kind of returns on stuff. There's no judgment there. It's just what their interests are. They're not going to just be like, oh yeah, everyone gets an extra day of work. We'll fire a few stuff, cut some costs, and then I didn't. And like, look, they keep sending, like, they've got so many men at their disposal. They've got like 3 armies concentrated here. They're trying to keep the island, and I'm just gonna have to keep hammering them, I guess, with more and more soldiers. Kill the Scipii. I'm working on it. I really want to fight these guys up here, but every time I try to battle up here for AS, there's like 3 armies here, and the computer can't take it, or the game can't take it. There's just too many men on the field, and it's just laggy, guys. B content. Oh, it's not what I thought it was. I thought that was a picture of Be Content. I thought that was a picture of David Harvey. I got really excited. It's not David Harvey. False alarm, everyone. The machine gets machines get votes too. Do they make surplus value? If you're gonna ask a sarcastic question, let's see how much you know about this topic. Do the machines make surplus value? Answer me that question. If they make surplus value, I'll give you an answer. Tell me that. Tell me that. Be content. I would like to know where you're going with this. I'd actually really like to know where you're going with this. New people in the chat. Plug. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I will. I haven't plugged for a while, I guess. I might as well. If you have been watching this stream, and you're doing after the fact, actually, even, and you're interested in it, here is the Discord invite. So you come and join the conversation. This is where we share all our propaganda and have chats that aren't inside, you know, the live chats on Twitch or YouTube or whatever. So you can come and join us there. And here is a plug for the Patreon. Please go over there, become a free member so you don't miss out on algorithmically screened notifications. So go. Yeah, I know, but I know. It's on my list. I'm sorry, like during the week, I do nothing but prep for the streams and edit stuff. Weekend is like the time that I get to do other tasks. I know. I hear you. Oh, and by the way, talking about that, actually, I'm talking about bots, but like talking about things to do. I was looking at Twitch the other day, right? You can make someone an admin so they can type and plug for you. Yes, thank you. I was looking at Twitch the other day, and can I just say that, and I've heard you say this as well, Indoctrinathan, you have Twitch. You have like your own channel. Do you stream as well? Because if you stream, like, let me know. And like when you go live and stuff like that, you should tell us. So like at least people in the community know when you're going live and stuff like that, and they can go watch your stuff whenever the hell you get a chance to go live. Because I know you work a lot. So like, yeah, just tell us. Because it looks, I could see it says, like, it gives me facts about like some of the people that are following or whatever. And I can see that you've got your own channel. So like, you know, let us know. Maybe we could raid you or something like that after a stream. If you're interested, just let us know. I didn't realize, because I've heard you say, like, you talk shop about OBS and stuff like that with me. And I was like, you must be a streamer. And I came across your channel. But I don't know what your itinerary is and stuff like that. Looks like Be Content was just trolling. Do machines get a vote? That's a really good question, though. I really want to answer it. What do you reckon? Do machines get a vote in socialism? Not consistently, but if you're okay with it, I'd love to promote it if I can. Just don't like pushing it. Yeah, fair enough. But I've heard you speaking about your streaming, so like, just let us know, kind of thing. Like, again, I don't know what your itinerary is and stuff. If it's a regular thing or you do it for like special events, like watching the flotilla and shit like that. So we should have a Discord plug channel. Yeah. Yes, where people can plug their stuff. Yeah. I do a bit of watching videos and news plus games here and there. Yeah. Okay. Well, like I said, if you can give me details, we can raid you or something like that. When I'm finished streaming, we can go over to your stream or something. Not that I've made consistent content lately. Yeah, you too, 4AS. You can plug your content. It's been a while. And we can plug the podcast there too, which is coming out on Sunday, by the way. If you're listening to this, make sure that you are on the Revolutionary Think Tank podcast channel so you don't miss out. Yeah, I really want to fight the Julii up here, but the computer just can't hold. They've got like 2,000 troops at least. I've got 1,000 something. I can't fight them. The system, she wasn't built to hold this, sir. She won't hold. They just need to finish work early enough one day. I mostly stream at night. See, I thought so. And weekends when I get the chance. Okay, and that's like perfect time for raiding because like I finish in the afternoons and stuff. And like I'm not streaming really on weekends at the moment. One day I'm going to get into weekend streaming. When I can. And I've never raided anyone before. I know that's a big thing in Twitch culture, like raiding. She won't hold. No, she won't hold. Like the computer just, or the game can't handle it. It wasn't meant for those numbers. She won't hold. But yeah, anyone have any views on in a system that's fully automated, right? Do robots or do the machines get a vote in that socialist utopia? In that famed socialist utopia? Do the robots get votes too, man? So is the long game Far Right Fridays and Philosophical Saturdays? I don't know if I want to keep Far Right Fridays going on forever. But like there might just be heaps of juicy right-wing content, so we could always go there. But like we've only, we haven't even gone through the whole of Jerry Poppins' playlist yet, so we're gonna have to do another Far Right Friday. Dilemmas. Machines would add more value if the cost of baseload power was less. Profits would go up, and the workers would get an increased pay, at least at my work. But we only have 8 people on the floor. I can't speak for large corporations. I've only ever really worked for small businesses. Yeah, that's it. Energy costs, man. And that's another problem with like the way that we organize ourselves as well. Like for a long time, in a lot of advanced countries, like Western countries too, they didn't privatize the energy grid. Privatizing the energy grid has been problematic and has pushed up prices, generally squeezed people, and usually businesses will take cuts where they can get it, and they usually squeeze workers. They don't always, but they usually squeeze workers because, you know, you got to take some cuts somewhere, and you can't do anything about the cost of energy. Hey, what are you going to do? Like protest and fight your energy provider? No, they don't care. You're just another consumer. So you squeeze your workers. Cut costs where you can. No more tea and bickies in the company kitchen anymore. No, they don't, unless they give them sentience. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. This is a really interesting philosophical path to go down, okay? So, like, think about this. If we produce artificial general intelligence, right? Like the famed, the mythical artificial general intelligence or super intelligence, and it actually works with a level of autonomy and goes off and does things by itself and works with sentience as you've described, then it's actually producing value that wasn't there before, like in the same way that a human does when they bring things together that weren't there before through their conscious effort, and then they can technically produce surplus value beyond the value that they need or that they require to, you know, cover the cost of their energy or cover the costs of their maintenance as a machine. And so they could technically make surplus value because they are using their sentience. But the counter argument to that is that a machine is a machine. So like someone had to make the machine, and it's just another like inanimate object. And so if it's just another tool, like a hammer or a production line or a tractor or something like that, then it's really the person who made the machine that has produced all of the value there. And it's because it's just another machine, then like, no, they shouldn't get a vote and they don't produce surplus value. But if they've got sentience though, if they're like actually consciously making things that weren't there, making their own decisions, no human in the loop, nothing, they just completely make the decisions, not just automate, they're not just doing like production line stuff, but they're actually making their own decisions without any humans around, and that produces to value and ideas that was never there before. Are they producing value? Are they producing surplus value? Should they get votes? Interesting stuff. Can a robot write a symphony? Can a robot turn a canvas into a beautiful masterpiece? Can you? Hey, what's that from? It's iRobot, is it? With Will Smith? Can you? Snap. Get rid of these guys. Oh, it's on, brother. It's on.
Dear friend. We see no benefit to us.
Hey, you came to me, bro. Imperator orders. Small businesses in NZ are struggling and shutting down, offshoring production to overseas because energy costs. Our current government's answer is to increase drilling and mining. Yeah, I know, right? What a great idea that is. That'll help. That'll help reduce energy costs. I've seen like headlines, but I haven't actually watched any of this NZ news yet. But like I've seen headlines talking about it. So have they privatized, or have you privatized over in New Zealand your electricity grid? I would like to know more. What have I got here? What have they got? You got a bit. I see. I get the picture. It's partly privatized with the last right-wing government. As a result, we saw prices dramatically increase. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who would have thought they privatized the energy grid? The market does it better. Remember, when there's market competition, everybody wins. And the prices went up. It's like that's never happened in the history of modern economics. Who would know? Who would have fucking thought? Dilemma's felt that. Well. Wait, what is Dilemma's view on that? Why does Japan pay less for power than Australia using Australia's gas and coal? Yeah, Australians really hate that. I hear so many Australians have that talking point. You know, we can't even benefit of our own gas. This is outrageous. I bet if the enviro militants got a monthly sovereign wealth fund check from resources, they would settle down a lot. Do you really reckon it's the environmental militants that have caused the cost price issues in our energy sector, or the fact that we've got people that have privatized energy production and distribution in this country, and there's big companies that come in and, like, not even coerce, do negotiations with our governments and get sweetheart deals and are able to export our resources for, you know, beneficial prices for these capitalist pigs. Like, do you really reckon it's just because of the evil greenies out there that our energy matters are so dire? There are graphs showing the major bump. Our current government wants to further sell off assets, giving control to foreign companies, like Clive Palmer's mining company for coal extraction. Jesus. Yeah. Obviously, we haven't learnt enough yet. We'd like to double down on the effort and see that makes things better. Oh, my God. Classic capitalism. Eh? Privatize everything. It'll make life better for us all. Halal police. What a sick name. The halal police. Oh my God. All right, I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to bounce. Yeah, I'm going to bounce. But yeah, thanks everyone for coming down the right-wing pipeline today. That was interesting, wasn't it? They drill up and mine our environments, polluting the area while tax dollars go towards cleaning up their messes. Actually, after all this talk, I might hop on Twitch later tonight if anyone wants to join. Good stream to you. Oh, drop your link right now in the chat if you can. Unless I can find it here. I don't know if I can while I'm streaming. Look at my stats and stuff. Can I? Oh yeah, here we go. I think I can find you. Did you know in Dr. Nathan streams too? Reach out and support each other. Everything's more fun with a friend. That's the thing that I got from Twitch. What's your background picture? It's all these like Aussie looking dudes, like, I guess, like saluting and stuff like that. What's that picture? Is it a reference to something? Right, there it is. There's a channel. It's an AI image from Australia Day last year. Okay, fair enough. AI. It knows more than we think it does. All right, thank you, everybody. If you've been watching this the whole time, thanks for sticking through with the absolute marathon. That was the right-wing pipeline today. And we will be back next week, same time, same place. I'm pretty sure we're going to be on live on Monday, because I know it's a public holiday. So I'm not sure if people are down or not for a stream, but like I'm pretty sure it'll be on anyway, especially for our international audience. But yeah, thank you everyone for your interactions. It's been wonderful. And I hope you enjoy your weekend. If you're getting away from the clutches of capital, get away from it and enjoy the time that you've got. Enjoy your free time and make the most of it, please. That's an order. That's a goddamn order. Enjoy your weekends, and I will see you on Monday. And until next time, please remember, I am, you are, we are a mystery. See you on the other side. Yo, yo, yo.